Good morning. May we resume our seats, please? Hello? May we resume our seats, please? Good morning. May I hear your voices? Good morning. I hope you traveled well, arrived well, slept well, and you had a good breakfast. We must be starting our program. We're still waiting for the arrival of one of our guests, but we thought while we wait for their arrival, we could go through the program so that as they arrive, we are clearer on how we are going to proceed for the day and throughout the next 2 days. My name is Sheunen Kurasha. I'm the program manager for democracy, governance, and human rights at the SADC Parliamentary Forum, and I'll serve as your director of ceremonies this morning. With that, allow me to share the program. Right, let me go straight to the section of the program. Our program combines the concept note and the program. And day one, in terms of the program, we have the arrival, of course, yesterday being day one, Thursday, 3rd November, and then Friday, 4th, we have registration of participants, then the official opening program, where we have welcome remarks by Excellence Madame Boemo Sakoma, the SADC PF Secretary General, represented by Mrs. Yapoka Mungandi, the Director for Finance and Corporate Affairs. We have remarks by Her Excellency Mrs. Romana Konigsbrunn, the Austrian Ambassador to South Africa and SADC. Then we will have a keynote address. We have remarks by the chairperson of the Democratization, Governance and Human Rights Standing Committee, Honorable Ndiweni. He will join us online. Then we have a keynote address by Mr. Osami Malunga, is the one we're waiting for, the Director of Programs for Open Society Foundations Africa. Then we will have the session one, where we are going to have a slight adjustment. After the official opening, we shall have a presentation, a brief presentation by Honorable Justice Keith Ngake. He is going to talk to us regarding the baseline study mechanisms and practices for separation of powers in SADC member parliaments. He's flying out to his workstation today in Papua New Guinea, but we begged him, being a long-time friend of the committee, to indulge us, and he duly accepted to make that brief intervention. The background being that I think we need to unlock a log jam in the process of collecting data regarding that exercise. So after the presentation by Justice Dingake, we shall then go into a session 1, which focuses on the centrality of Parliament in democratic accountability, democratic drive, and human rights protection in the SADC region. And this session will kickstart with a presentation which I will make on pillars and Parliament as pillars for a strong democratic accountability and democratic drive in the SADC region. Then we will also have a presentation by an eminent person, Professor Eldred Masnungre from Afrobarometer Southern Africa, where he's going to present on citizens' perceptions and attitudes towards parliaments in promoting democracy and accountability in Southern Africa. Honorable Bergman, I beg your indulgence. The chairperson, Honorable Ndiwen, requested if you could step in for him in chairing that session on 1 and session 2, where he would have chaired, because he's joining us online. Then session 2 is Parliament's working in collaboration and partnership with stakeholders to achieve democratic accountability, democratic drive, and human rights protection in Southern Africa. We will have a presentation from a colleague, Mr. Ipiana Msopole, Anti-Corruption Enforcement Officer from the SADC Organ on Politics, Defense and Security Cooperation, where you present on collaboration in strengthening democratic accountability in the SADC region, lessons from the domestication of the SADC protocol against corruption. Honorable members, particularly from the DG committee, will remember that Mr. Ipiana is often presented to the committee many times when we have dealt with issues of corruption because of his role in the domestication of the SADC protocol against corruption. So we have always met him virtually. We are glad to meet him physically for the first time. I almost had forgotten that we had never met because we were always meeting virtually. Then we'll have a presentation on strategies for effective human rights engagement for parliaments in the SADC region by Mr. Stanley Nyamanindi, the CEO of SADC Lawyers Association. Again, another regular partner in terms of collaborating with the SADC Parliamentary Forum, both in terms of model lawmaking processes, but also in terms of general programming. Mr. Nyamanindi is one of the consultants that are finalizing the development of principles and guidelines for parliaments in promoting and protecting human rights in Southern Africa. So we will definitely stand to benefit from his input because of that experience. Then we will also have a presentation on civil society perspectives on the role of parliament in implementation of reforms experiences from Lesotho. And to do that is none other than Date Shale, Sofonari Shale, the coordinator at Development for Peace Education. And honorable members also know in particular the chair that we were with Ndate Shale and other civil society actors in Lesotho where we were domesticating the model law on elections. We made huge strides in that regard. And then the process then encountered a setback when there was a High Court ruling which nullified the amendments, but we had done sterling work working with him. Then we will have day 3, Saturday, 5th November, session 3, enhancing the role of Parliament in promoting inclusive governance through youth political participation and representation. We will have an overview of youth priority issues in the SADC region by a representative from SIOF, SADC Youth Forum. Then we also have benchmarking parliamentary engagement with young people in the SADC region. And this session will have a couple of presentations. Firstly, Honorable Patience Masua, a young parliamentarian from Namibia. We will have Honorable Masua, are you in the house? Not yet. Then we will have Honorable Tatenda Mavetera from Zimbabwe, who is the Vice Chairperson of the Pan-African Parliament Youth Caucus. I'm not sure if she's in the house. Not yet. Then we will have a presentation by African Youth and Adolescents Network, AFRIAN. Then SAT Youth Hub, then Save the Children. Then we proceed to have group work, where we will look at 2 issues. How can Parliament leverage its constitutional mandate and programs promote inclusive governance, that is youth political participation and representation? Secondly, how can young people and youth groups maximize engagement with Parliament for youth inclusion in governance processes? So in essence, then we will have the plenary report back session, where we'll have presentation of the main recommendations. This will build on the work that will be done by our rapporteur, Dr. Gabriel Malibang. Then we will move to the closing session. At this juncture, I see that our keynote speaker, Mr. Sami Malunga, is in our midst. Welcome. So allow me to now switch to the official opening session. As I switch to the official opening session, I wish to, those who know me too well, they know that I love literature. And often when I have an opportunity, I will not leave the podium without quoting something from literary writers. And this morning, I wish to quote something from one of the most eminent African writers, Chinua Achebe, from one of his most popular books. I know that book up to the index, and I can recite the first 5 pages by heart. Those who have read it will know that it starts with, Okongo was known throughout the 9 villages and even beyond. Let me not go beyond that. But the quote that I want to share this this morning is a very penetrative quote, and I want you to listen carefully. He says, "A man who calls his kinsmen to a feast does not do so to save them from starving. They all have food in their own homes. When we gather together in the moonlight village ground, so when we gather together in the moonlight village ground, it is not because of the moon. Every man can see it in his own compound. We come together because it is good for kinsmen to do so. We come together because it is good for kinsmen to do so. This court speaks to important values for SADC Parliamentary Forum. In essence, the value we place on partnership with the organizations that we work with. You would be busy with many other things, but you considered it important to honor our invitation for you to grace this event. And I thought the court speaks dearly to that value of collaboration, of solidarity, of coming together. Allow me to therefore move on to the salutation as we start our official opening program. I wish to recognize Her Excellency Ms. Boemo Sekoma, the SADC PF Secretary General, who is represented by Mrs. Yapoka Mungandi, Director, Finance and Corporate Services. Her Excellency Mrs. Romana Konigsbrunn, the Austrian Ambassador to South Africa and SADC. I wish to recognize Honorable Darren Bergman, the SADC PF Treasurer, the money man, and Chairperson of the SADC PF Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance, and Human Rights, Honorable Ndiweni, who is joining us online. Chairperson of the SADC PF Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee, Honorable Ishmael Ndaila Onani. Honorable members from various SADC national parliaments, Honorable Justice Professor Oagile Ki Dingake, Judge of the Supreme and National Courts in Papua New Guinea, and former Judge of the High Court in Botswana, as well as former Judge of the Residual Special Court for Sierra Leone, among many other decorations. Our keynote speaker, Mr. Siposami Malunga, Director Programs, Open Society Foundation, Africa. Wish to recognize Honorable Tatenda Mavetera, Vice Chairperson of the Pan-African Youth Caucus and a Member of Parliament from Zimbabwe. Former Director for Political Affairs for African Union Commission, Dr. Kabele Mahlosa. Representatives from partner organizations, in particular SADC Secretariat, SADC Lawyers Association, the National IDEA, Afrobarometer, and many others. Representatives of youth organizations, representatives of civil society organizations, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to commence, as I said, our official opening session. And to start the process, I have the honor and privilege of inviting the Madam Yapoka Mungandi, who is representing the Secretary General, Ms. Boemo Sekoma, to deliver a welcome remarks. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Shomeni. Her Excellency, Mrs. Romana Konigsbrunn, Austrian Ambassador to South Africa and SADC, Honorable Darren Bergman, SADC PF Treasurer, Chairperson of the SADC PF Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance, and Human Rights, Honorable Doughton Diweni, who's joining us virtually. Chairperson of the SADC PF Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee, Honorable Ishmael Ndaila Onani. Honorable members of parliament from various SADC national parliaments. Honorable Justice Professor Ki Dingake, Judge of the Supreme and National Courts in Papua New Guinea and former Judge of the High Court in Botswana and former Judge of the Residual Special Court for Sierra Leone. Our keynote speaker, Mr. Siposane Malunga, Director of Programs, Open Society Foundation, Africa. Honorable Tatenda Mavetera, Vice Chairperson of the Pan-African Parliament Youth Caucus and Member of Parliament from Zimbabwe. Former Director for Political Affairs for the African Union Commission, Dr. Kavele Maklosa. Representatives from partner organizations, including the Southern African Development Community Secretariat, SADC Lawyers Association, International IDEA and Afrobarometer Southern Africa, representatives of youth organizations, representatives of civil society organization, distinguished participants. Ladies and gentlemen, as introduced, my name is Yapoka Nyirenda Mungandi. I'm privileged this morning to deliver opening remarks on behalf of the Secretary General, Ms. Bohemo Sekoma, who regrets that she was unable to participate herself and sends her warm greetings. Good morning. Please allow me to also recognize the hardworking SADC PF Secretariat staff led by Mr. Shioneni Kurasha, I think he's stepped out, Committee Secretary and Program Manager for Democracy, Governance, and Human Rights. Thank you. Honorable members and distinguished participants, I'm indeed honored to welcome you all to this amazing city of Johannesburg. Your presence at this dialogue is gratifying, for it is testimony of your commitment and service to the SADC regional agenda. You honor the forum with your numbers and your diversity. This regional policy dialogue, which is on strengthening separation of powers and parliamentary oversight in the SADC region, a leap towards democratic accountability and inclusive governance, while hosted by SADC PF, has been made possible with the financial support from the government of Sweden and the Austrian Development Agency through the GIZ SADC Regional Office. The regional policy dialogue provides a timely opportunity for parliamentarians from SADC PF's two standing committees, namely the Committee on Democratization, Governance, and Human Rights, and the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee, to engage with stakeholders, specifically civil society, the media, academia, research institutions, and various cooperating partners on this very important and relevant subject matter, whose achievement involves entrenching within our various jurisdictions the separation of powers and strengthening of checks and balances for the independent and effective functioning of parliaments, enhancing the oversight role and monitoring capacity of parliaments for transparency and democratic accountability. Also enhancing the role of parliament in promoting youth political participation and representation and advancing human rights. All this in order to accelerate the democratic drive across the SADC region. This policy dialogue also gives parliamentarians the opportunity to engage with stakeholders on how parliaments in the region can leverage partnerships and interagency collaboration for maximum legislative and policy impact. Honorable members, distinguished participants, lack of accountability by political leaders and public officials often undercuts service delivery and contributes to growing poverty levels, deprivations, and the weakening of capacity and agency of citizens, and affects especially the most vulnerable sections of the population. Lack of accountability also breeds corruption and promotes a culture of impunity with far-reaching ramifications, including manipulation of policymaking for personal gain, abuse of state resources, and politicization of ostensibly independent arms of government, such as the judiciary, security sector, anti-corrupting commissions, and even parliaments. Unaccountable governance and the attendant corruption are not only obstacles to development, but they also create negative legacies like nepotism, iniquity, illegitimacy, conflict, and autocracy. In the words of Robert Zulik, corruption is a cancer that steals from the poor, eats away at governance and moral fiber, and destroys trust. The absence of democratic accountability often leads to the winner-take-all mentality, which renders the state a prize to be won at all costs. Under such circumstances, competition for political power becomes exclusionary, violent, and destabilizing. Honorable members and distinguished participants, there is a consensus among scholars, practitioners, and policymakers regarding the primacy of strong and responsive accountability institutions such as Parliament to the achievement of democratic accountability, which is vital for sustainable economic development and political stability. Indeed, a vibrant democratic accountability architecture requires a strong Parliament. Not only are parliaments vested with a constitutional mandate to make laws, but they are also responsible for representing citizens who are rights holders, as well as to oversee the executive, which is the duty bearer. The legislator's capacity to hold the executive to account is dependent on a number of factors within Parliament itself and between Parliament, the executive, and the judiciary. Parliaments require genuinely committed politicians backed by competent and professional staff to be effective in plenary and in committees. Equally important is the ability of Parliament to work alongside functional multiple actors and institutions in a collaborative manner, including media and civil society. Honorable members and distinguished participants, in view of the foregoing, the SADC Parliamentary Forum prioritizes the enhancement of parliamentary interventions to strengthen democratic accountability, the advancement of human rights, and the acceleration of the democratic drive across the SADC region. This regional policy dialogue attests to that fact. I therefore challenge all the participants to this regional policy dialogue to robustly contribute throughout the next 2 days and offer diverse, constructive views and policy recommendations. Honorable members and distinguished participants, I wish you fruitful deliberations and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Gandhi, for a succinct but piercing message regarding the centrality of Parliament, regarding democratic accountability, democratic drive, and human rights. Without any further ado, allow me to have the honor of inviting Ambassador Romana to grace the podium and deliver her remarks.
Good morning. Good morning. I hope you can hear me well. Let me start with the salutations because I heard that this is what you do, and please bear with me. My name is complicated, so my previous speakers did an excellent job and did it really well. So I will try my best now to also pronounce your names of those honorable members here correctly. Please bear with me. First, I would like to start with Mrs. Yaboka Mungandi, speaking for our Honorable Excellency Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, Mrs. Boemo Sekoma. Thank you for your wonderful welcome remarks, very inspiring. Then I would like also to greet the chairperson of the SADC Parliamentary Forum Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance and Human Rights, Honorable Doughton Devieni. And I continue with the chairperson of the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee, Honorable Ismail Ndaila Onani, sorry. I continue with Honorable Justice Professor Kidingake, Judge of the Supreme and National Courts in Papua New Guinea and former Judge of the High Court in Botswana and former Judge of the Residual Special Court for Sierra Leone. I also greet my fellow speaker, Mr. Sibosami Malunga, Director of the Programs for Open Society Foundation. Welcome. And let me also continue with greeting Honorable Dadenda Mavedera, Vice Chairperson of the Pan-African Parliament Youth Caucus and Member of the Parliament from Zimbabwe, as well as further honorable members of Parliament from various SADC national parliaments, and also the former Director of Political Affairs of the African Union Commission, Dr. Kabele Madlosa. I think I've exhausted your patience. Thank you very much. Dear participants, dear honorable members of Parliament, dear ladies and gentlemen. I'm very new to this region. I just arrived about 2 months ago in Pretoria, in South Africa, and also covering some of your wonderful countries here in the region in Southern Africa, not all, but some of them. So I'm very happy to be here today to speak to you, and it's really a pleasure. As you may know, it has been mentioned, Austria has been proudly contributing to the strengthening of this very important SADC Parliamentary Forum over the last years as part of this broad GIZ-SADC program, Cooperation for the Enhancement of SADC Regional Economic Integration. Your presence here today is a testimony to the fact that the Parliamentary Forum, along with its standing committees, is on the right track to develop into a regional parliament. Democratic accountability is central to good governance and the fight against corruption, and which should remain one of our key priorities across the region. Development of parliamentarian competences will accelerate regional integration and cooperation, which in turn are essential for development and for peace. SADC as a whole would greatly benefit if the Parliamentary Forum lives up to its full potential as outlined in the strategic plan of the SADC Parliamentary Forum 2019-2023. Austria has supported the SADC PF for almost 10 years now, first through collaboration with the Association of European Parliamentarians with Africa, and later through GIZ. And the current program supporting the SADC PF is coming to an end in 2022. But I'm happy to say that Austria is currently considering the extension of its support to promote the transformation of the Parliamentary Forum in a SADC parliament as approved at the 31st SADC Summit of Heads of State in Lilongwe in August 2021. Thank you. Beneficiaries of the Austrian contribution to the Parliamentary Forum include members of the Standing Committee of Democracy, Human Rights and Governance, and the Standing Committee of Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development, and other relevant standing committees. In total, 100 persons benefited directly from capacity development interventions. Indirectly, members of national parliaments in the SADC region will continue to benefit from knowledge products, guidelines, and conferences like this conference here today. And we particularly welcome the model law initiative of the Parliamentary Forum which aims at promoting the domestication of the SADC principles and guidelines, such as the SADC model law on elections or the SADC model law on gender-based violence. The domestication of the SADC model law on elections in the member states is vital for ensuring credible, transparent, free and fair elections and for promoting the equal and equitable representation of women and youth in political and decision-making positions. In this spirit, I hope there will be many productive and fruitful exchanges over the next few days, and that the regional policy dialogue may truly serve as a leap towards a democratic accountability and inclusive governance. Thank you all for your attention, and I wish us all very fruitful exchanges and a fruitful meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. As Africans, we are generally very humble. We are so humble that sometimes we cringe when people mention our successes because we think it's not good to be boastful. So when you get someone from outside passing a commendation on the work that you're doing, it's always gratifying. So we are grateful for the recognition in terms of the impact of the work that SADC Parliamentary Forum is doing, but more fundamentally, the commitment to extending the cooperation. In an environment where everyone is talking about post-COVID reconstruction, the Russia-Ukraine war, there is more than enough justification to deny or to discontinue financially based relationships. So the commitment by the Austrian government, that context notwithstanding, really speaks to our hearts, particularly at a point when SADC Parliamentary Forum is transforming to become the SADC Parliament. We will do with every support we can get, and we will be counting on the commitment of the Austrian government in this regard. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Thank you very much. No, you feel free to, I mentioned earlier that as Africans, we are generally humble, and even clapping for ourselves is difficult sometimes. I wish to allow you to. Thank you very much. There is an Angolan poet, Antonio Jacinto. I love his writing. And when I have an opportunity like now, I don't miss the opportunity to share some of his writing. So this poet, Angolan poet, depicts something that is known in this region, the Wenela. Honorable members, you know about the Wenela? People from Tanzania, Malawi, Zimbabwe, all these neighboring countries, you should know about Wenela, particularly when you're in South Africa like now. Who knows about the Wenela? So I see another modest hand. I mentioned that in Africa, we generally modest, and I see a modest hand. In 2 lines, what is your understanding of Wenela, sir? Speak through the mic for. Thank you very much.
As far as I remember,
Yeah.
it was an arrangement, a facility that was arranged by the South African government, I think representing the mining community in South Africa, where they would arrange for labor, importation of labor from Southern African countries,
Yes.
including in Zimbabwe, to work in South African mines.
Thank-
And it ended, I think, probably early 80s. I can't remember exactly, but it had to do with the mining arrangements between South African authorities and neighboring countries.
Thank you very much. You put it very well. So the Antonio Jacinto, kindly switch off the mic. So Antonio Jacinto writes a letter from a contract worker. So this worker was one of the casual laborers under the Wenel arrangement. So he writes a letter and says, I wanted to write you a letter, my love. A letter that would tell of this desire to see you, of this fear of losing you, of this more than benevolence that I feel, of this indefinable ill that pursue me, of this yearning to which I live in total surrender. I wanted to write you a letter, my love, a letter of intimacy and the secrets, a letter of memories of you, of your lips red as henna, of your hair black as mud, of your eyes sweet as honey, of your breasts hard as wild orange, of your Linux gates, and of your caresses such that I can find no better here. I wanted to write you a letter, my love. That I would recall the days in our warmth, our nights lost in the long grass, that would recall the shade falling on us from the plum trees, the moon flittering through the endless palm trees, that would recall the madness of our passion and the bitterness of our separation. Struggling with the technological interceptions, but we will win. I wanted to write you a letter, my love, a letter that would be brought to you by the passing wind, a letter that the cashews and coffee trees, the hyenas, the buffaloes, the alligators, grayling could understand, so that if the wind should lose it on the way, the beasts and plants with pity for our sharp suffering, from the song to song, lament to lament, gable to gable, I would bring you pure and hot the burning words, the sorrowful words of the letter I wanted to write you. The last part that I want you to listen to. I wanted to write you a letter, but oh my love, I cannot understand why it is, why it is, my dear, that you cannot read. And I, oh, the hopelessness, cannot write. So in the end, it turns out this Wenela couple, the husband is in Wenela, the wife is in Angola. You only wanted to write a letter. The letter was never written because the man could not write and the wife could not read. So I wanted to write you a letter, honorable members. But the hopelessness of it, time does not permit me. On that note, allow me to introduce our keynote speaker, Mr. Spomalunga. As indicated already, he is the Director Programs at Open Society Foundations Africa. And Mr. Malunga is a Zimbabwean national. And I'll speak more about his father than him. His father was the only reason when I was in grade 6, many years back, I would pick the Hansard for parliamentary debates in Zimbabwe. Because he was one of the, in the words of one of the newspapers, the fiercest orators of his time. He was a liberation, war of liberation fighter. So he was amongst the liberators of present day Zimbabwe, and was quite passionate and eloquent when he engaged on issues in the Parliament of Zimbabwe back then. And so when years later I got to know about the son of a man who made me get copies of the Hansard, it was inevitable that I would keep an eye from a distance to see whether this son is living up to the billings of his father. Not to put pressure on him. I'm sure he's his own man, he will prove it today, but I chose to speak about his father. Sadly, his father is late. He died in an accident. He's a national hero, but he was liberation fighter for Zimbabwe's independence. This juncture, I wish to invite Mr. Malunga to come and attempt to fill in the shoes of his father. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Shonen. I do not even intend to fill my father's shoes. I will tell you a story about shoes. I'm very opportunistic. I like to take opportunities. A story is told about a certain president who succeeded a certain president. You can figure out who we're talking about here. A very famous president, one of our most famous African presidents. Apparently, when he left office, he left his shoes in his office. And you know, he done his time, he retired, quite happily so. And then his successor went into his office and found the shoes. And they were big, because this president had big shoes, so they were big shoes to fill. So his successor pondered and looked at these shoes and picked them up and tried them on and saw that, no, man, these shoes are big. But eventually the successor decided that, no, it's okay, they are shoes, I'm going to wear them. And the successor was walking around with these big shoes. You know how little children wear their mother's shoes or their father's shoes. And the whole country was like, wow, okay, at least he's wearing the shoes. So this successor, time came, his term came to an end, and because these were not his shoes, right? So he left the shoes in the same office. He was succeeded by somebody else. You can fill in the blanks here. You can decide who we're talking about. I'm not going to mention names. I'm very careful around honorable colleagues such as yours. So the successor to the successor found the shoes in the office, in the presidential office. And again, he pondered, picked them up, looked at them, tried them on, took them off, and then eventually decided to just carry them. So this business of shoes, you know, is a very complicated one. As Sheoneni has said, I claim a privilege. It is really an honor to be here as a starting point. I should thank the SADC Parliamentary Forum for inviting me. I would like to thank I understand that I've been made to jump the queue. So what I will do, I will step down and allow the queue, you know, Africans don't like to queue, right? So I'm going to step down. I understand that we have interrupted protocol. I'll come back. Thank you.
I will choose to carry the shoes at this juncture. I will not attempt to try them on. I was nearly in a career limiting mistake. I forgot to, somehow something happened and I omitted to invite the chairperson of the DG committee to give his remarks. I am grateful for the reminder wherever it came from. I've just managed to save my job. So Honorable Ndiweni, on that job saving note, I wish to invite you to take the floor and address the gathering. My sincere apologies.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Honorable Ndiweni.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kurasha. I wanted to write you a message right now. And you understand what your poem went like. Good morning, honorable members and fellow participants. As usual, Your Excellency, I'm also African, so I'll start with the salutations. Excellency Ms. Poema Sekoma, SADC PF Secretary General, represented by Mrs. Yapoka Mungandi, who happens to be Director of Finance and Corporate Services at SADC PF. Excellency Mrs. Romana Konis-Brand, the Australian Ambassador to South Africa in SADC, Chairperson of the Finance Committee at SADC PF, who happens to be the Treasurer, Honorable Bergman, Chairperson of the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee, Honorable Ishmael Ndaila Onani, Honorable Justice Professor Wagile Ki Dingake, Judge of the Supreme Court and National Courts of Papua New Guinea, and former Judge of the High Court in Botswana, and former Judge of the Residual Special Court for Sierra Leone. Our keynote speaker, Mr. Siposami Malunga, Director of Programs, Open Society Foundation, Africa. Honorable Tatenda Mavetera, Vice Chairperson of Pan-African Parliament Youth Caucus, and a member of Parliament from Zimbabwe. Honorable members of Parliament from various SADC national parliaments, former Director of Political Affairs for the African Union Commission, Dr. Kabele Makosa, representatives from partner organizations, including SADC Secretariat, SADC Laws Association, International IDEA, and Afro Barometer, Southern Africa, representatives of civic organizations, representatives of civil society organizations, distinguished participants. I'm delighted to join the Secretary General in welcoming honorable members and stakeholders to this meeting organized under the auspices of the Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance, and Human Rights, for which I'm chairperson. Honorable members and distinguished participants, the issues under consideration, namely separation of powers, strengthening of oversight, democratic accountability, protection of human rights, and inclusive governance, are matters that are dear to our committee. And in view of its mandate pursuant to Rule 42D of the SADC-PF Rules of Procedure. For the benefit of participants who are interacting with the committee for the first time, the Democratization, Governance and Human Rights, DGHR, is one of the 5 standing committees of the SADC-PF and is mandated to open court, deal with democratization and governance issues, including open, transparent, and accountable governance, democracy, political participation, including elections, security, peace, and stability on the basis of collective responsibility, rule of law, human rights, and conflict resolution, close quote. In pursuit of this mandate, the committee has over the years spearheaded various program interventions aimed at strengthening the Institute of Parliament and enhancing the role in promoting the deepening of democracy in the SADC region. This thrust is in line with the forum's vision of being a flag bearer of democratization and socio-economic development of the SADC region, close quote, as stipulated in the strategic plan of SADC-PF from 2019 to 2023. Honorable members and distinguished participants, as indicated by the Secretary General in her address, strong parliaments are the basis of any effective democratic accountability framework. It is therefore important for parliaments to use their constitutional functions to ensure checks and balances between the organs of state in order to curtail abuse of state power. In addition to the ensuring checks and balances, democratic accountability also requires Parliament to use its constitutional mandate to entrench the rule of law and constitutionalism. Democratic accountability is betrayed if Parliament fails to promote the principles of constitutionalism, including independence of the judiciary, due process, or fair hearings for those charged with criminal offenses, respect for individual rights, accountability in the governance process, equality under the law, strong constitutions with constitutional limits on power, human rights, and an effective electoral system. Honorable members and fellow participants, the reality is that our region, just like elsewhere in the continent, still battles with very dominant executives that often throws its weight on parliaments and the judiciary. It is therefore important for parliaments to devise strategies to constantly engage with the stakeholders such as civil society, media, and cooperating partners, and more importantly, citizens, in order to collectively find solutions to these challenges. We have a collective duty to build a SADC community where citizens have a voice and are empowered to fully participate in the governance processes directly and through us as their elected representatives. This is precisely why we are convening this regional policy conference. Honorable members and distinguished guests, as I conclude, allow me on behalf of the DGHR committee to thank members of the DGR committee and the Regional Model Laws Oversight Committee, as well as all the participants for sparing time to attend to this important policy dialogue. Allow me also to express my appreciation to our distinguished resource persons for graciously accepting to come and make a presentation. I would have failed, honorable members and participants, in my duty if I do not specially thank Her Excellency, Mrs. Romana Konisbrand, the Australian ambassador to South Africa in SADC, for gracing this occasion and accepting to deliver remarks. And last but not least, Mr. Siposani Malunga, the Director of Programs, Open Society Foundation Africa, who will deliver the keynote address. Last but not least, special mention goes to Government of Sweden, GIZ, and the Austrian Development Agency, ADA, for the financial support for this event. Honorable members and distinguished participants, I wish you a successful policy dialogue. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I take note that you wanted to write me a letter, and but hopelessness of it, I remembered that I had omitted you. Thank you very much for the remarks. That sets the stage for the return of the man who has chosen only to carry his father's shoes. Over to you, Mr. Malunga.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson, for those words opening us up. We take great inspiration from them. I had just started acknowledging and thanking you and the SADC Parliamentary Forum for inviting me to this important event. As Sheoneni did say earlier, I am a child of the parliament. I literally am a parliamentary child. I don't want to go into great detail, but Sheoneni is correct in saying that I carry the very heavy legacy of being a child of a man who is heralded in my country as one of the greatest parliamentarians the country has ever had, as a matter of fact. And there is no place I go where people don't ask me, when are you coming to run? When are you coming to be a parliamentarian? And I say, but I'm too old to start running for parliamentary or political office, nor do I even have such aspirations. I believe that there are so many different ways to contribute. It does not stop people from asking me everywhere I go. And I'll tell you something very interesting about this man. When he died and we went to his office, he worked as a public relations executive. As you know, I'm sure you will share this, parliamentarians don't get paid that much. So you often have to have a job or a business to supplement your income. And half the time, the expectations of the public are that you are the one who must pay for every funeral that happens in your constituency. You are the one who must send the children to school that don't have fees. Everybody comes to your house. You are a parliamentarian, so yes, we put you there, so you are supposed to resolve all our problems. Our children are sick, so what are you going to do about it? But anyway, the long and the short is that I'm intimately aware of the challenges of being a parliamentarian because I lived in a house with a parliamentarian, and I used to see people coming to our house, asking for this, asking for things that are not within the remit or the responsibility of the member of parliament. But I used to see my father try to navigate this very difficult role of being a parliamentarian, picking up the phone, calling the Minister of Education, picking up the phone, calling somebody to try to resolve the problem. He would never say, no, this is not my job. It was never, that possibility was never there to say, I'm sorry, why are you coming to me? Why don't you just go to the headmaster of the school? I would see him pick up the phone and say, hey, headmaster, what's going on? But this is a poor family. Why don't you let them go and then we'll find the money and something like that. So I intimately understand the complexity of your role as parliamentarians from having been born in this particular space. I I was saying earlier that, you know, being a parliamentarian in Africa has its own challenges. We no doubt accept and understand that politics itself determines the scope and the role you have in maneuvering in your roles. And maybe before I go into that, I should start with my own sense of overview of our region. I think I should do that, so that at least we are talking about, we have a sense of how I see our region. You know, many of you know this, of course, better than me. Our region was the last to be liberated from colonialism. Last to be liberated from colonialism. And therefore, we are actually behind in the process of democratization. We must accept this. It has taken hundreds of years for other continents and other countries in Europe to democratize. So sometimes we feel very bad. Oh, Africa is behind, Africa is behind. We cannot make excuses for certain things, but the reality is that we were the last. It was called the White South. I mean, only 20 years ago, South Africa was liberated from the yokes of apartheid. Namibia, just a little bit before that. Zimbabwe, 20 years before. And of course, we moved from there in many of our countries to dominance of our liberation movements, right? After the liberation wars, our liberation movements took over. I tend to speak very freely and quite candidly, so you will forgive me. I will apologize in advance. I'm not a parliamentarian. I'm not as honorable as you. I'll take that liberty. So what actually happened is that the liberation movements then transformed into post-liberation political parties, ruling parties. We are trying to understand how we are where we are. They transformed into post-liberation political parties. This is ZANU-PF, Frelimo, MPLA, BDP, of course, had been in power since 1960, Chama Pinduzi. Well, I'm coming to Chama Pinduzi. You know, Zambia, what is Zambia? Not UPND. UNIP. They all transformed. But when they transformed, let us never forget one thing. Our countries never inherited democracy from the colonialists. Right? Our countries, this is the mistake. This is the lie that we have had to live with all our lives. We never inherited democracy. We never did. The colonial regimes were not democratic. They were autocratic. They were non-inclusive. They were racial. They were discriminatory. They were oppressive. They were exploitative. This is what our leaders inherited. So when we judge, and I'm not giving excuses, I'm still coming. I'm not giving excuses, I'm still coming. When we judge our trajectory, we must understand what we inherited. We must understand and accept what Africans knew and understood to be the forms of governance and exercise of political power. It's not an excuse, but we must understand what Africa inherited from colonialism: repression, exploitation, abuse of power, abuse of human rights. The challenge, of course, that they then carried was to transform that society, transform the exercise of power, transform the inclusiveness of governance into something that benefits the greater majority, which is the black. And by and large, they didn't do so well. And for many reasons. Part of it is that they were coming from wars with a liberation war mentality, And what we had was a transformation from a liberation movement, armed movement in many instances, because in many of our countries in the South, we had to fight for our independence, transformed into now a ruling political governing elite. And of course, which then dominated the political space to the exclusion of others. So that's why you had in Tanzania, you had a one-party state. Mzee decided, forget all this, we don't want all this nonsense, we want development. We had the same thing in Mozambique. We had the same thing almost virtually in Zimbabwe. We had the same thing in Botswana, BDP, and UNIP. And the desire was, forget about everything, we want development. But the outcome was authoritarian rule, autocratic rule, exclusive rule, was systems that did not allow for alternative opinions because the war mentality still persisted. And in some countries, it still does persist. And we are beginning to see a shift. I'll move into something more positive. So we've had to carry this legacy. We have to understand this is where we're coming from, right? For better, for worse. And then, of course, the push in the 90s to adopt multi-party democracy then forced many of these movements to say, okay, now we're going to have free elections. We're now going to have political parties. That's why you even had, as far up in Uganda, NRM opening up to multipartism. The wave of democracy in the 90s, forcing all our countries to adopt multi-party democracy. But let's remember again, these parties, these ruling elites had not inherited democracy. And they had run countries as one-party states for a while. And the adoption of multi-democracy was always going to be curated. It was always going to be managed. Managed in such a way that you have elections, but you don't lose them. Why would you lose an election if you're in power? The elections will be held, of course. You want elections every 5 years, we'll give you elections. It's not a problem. That's the least of our worries, giving you an election. You have institutions, but they are not so open. You have parliaments, but their ability to function is restricted because everything must be guided towards the objectives and the desires of the ruling executive and the elites. So this experimentation or this adoption of democracy had that nuance. It was in that context, which makes a lot of the work that some of you have to do very difficult. And I'm sympathizing here with you because we understand that it is you who are sent by your own people in your own communities who say, hey, we think you can represent us, please go. But you are going into this system that is also very complicated. But there's some good news. I've talked about the history, the good, some of the bad, but there's some good news. As time has gone, there's a number of fundamental shifts that have happened in our sub-region, but also in our continent. And these shifts will continue to determine the future. And as parliamentarians, I really want you to pay attention to these shifts. You may, if you have been watching the developments in our region, I know we all tend to look at our own countries. You will see that in the past 5 years, something wonderful has happened in this region. You know, for a long time, there's been so much criticism of our region, that it's autocratic, it's authoritarian, there's no space, human rights, some of our countries are quite repressive and democratic. Some of the criticism is justified, some of it is not. But something fascinating has been happening in the past 5 years. You may know that in the past 5 years or so, 5 of our countries have actually had democratic alternation. 5 in SADC, out of, depending on how you count SADC, 11 or 12. That's a lot. And I'm talking about, when I say democratic alternation, I'm talking about a change in power, including a political party taking power, literally a shift. And this is fascinating in a continent in a subcontinent which, as I spoke to you about, is heavily laden with liberation, war, legacy. Something is happening in Southern Africa. It's turning. And it's turning for many reasons. And the most important reason is demography. It's young people. Young people in the continent. Young people in our region. You may or may not know that in many of our countries, over 70% of our populations are actually under 35 years old. It's a staggering reality, staggering statistics. And these young people have no clue, no knowledge, no interest in the liberation movement. They don't care about it, they don't know about it, and they are not interested in it. And there's something else that is happening, and that has happened. If you then look at the economy of the region, you begin to understand the failure of our economy to deliver, especially to young people. In some of our countries, there's 95% unemployment. I'm not going to name the countries. I'm not going to name and shame anybody. And the fact that you have 95% unemployment in a country where 79% of the population is under 35 tells you who is unemployed, right? And these people are frustrated, they are angry, they are very angry, very, very angry. And they are also feeling very disempowered. I'm talking about young people. We all have them, whether you are in Zambia or in Zimbabwe or in South Africa, and they are the game changer. They are the game changer going forward. You just have to look at Lesotho. How did Matekane win? Of course, he had a lot of money as well, but we know money works. But how did Matekane win? How did HH win? Hichilema. In fact, how has every Zambian president, Zambia is, in my opinion, the most democratic country in our region, and I have my own reasons for it. Because I think in Zambia, two things work for Zambia. God first, and the people of Zambia. I hope you got that one. If you didn't, I will repeat. Two things work for Zambia: God and the people of Zambia. If the people fail, God intervenes. I always say to my Zambian comrades that, you know, you guys are lucky, at least your presidents die. And they usually die while they're in office. Then you have a chance of a new president. I'm Zimbabwean, you know, we had Mugabe who lasted all those years. He was not going to die, and he was determined not to. And he said, I've died many times, but I'm not dying, you know. But what I'm trying to say here is that if you look at Zambia, if you look at the trajectory, and if you look at the statistics in Zambia, from Sata to Lungu to Hichilema, every election, almost 2 million young voters, new first-time voters registered to vote in Zambia. Can you imagine? Every election. And they are the ones that deliver the change. If you have them on your side, those young people who go and register, you are the next president. And I'm saying this genuinely to you as parliamentarians, that if you are used to going to beer halls and talking to old people to keep your seat, forget this. You have to find new ways, honorables. You have to wear those caps, wear those jeans, and go and talk to those young people. Hear what they want. You have to listen to their music. You have to engage them. You have to talk to them. They are the game changers going forward. But there's something else I want to talk about in our region. And then I'll come as I wind up on issues of accountability. The structure of our economy does not allow for our countries to transform in the way that we would like. Our economies are extractive. We rely heavily on extractives, but the extractive economy has not been able to transform our countries development-wise. If you look, Zambia, extractive economy, minerals, copper. Zimbabwe, minerals. South Africa, minerals. Botswana, minerals. Congo, minerals. Do you see what I'm trying to say? Yes, we have other aspects of our economy. We have tourism, we have agriculture, but we do try to rely a lot on extractives. And extractives have not been able to transform our economies because of the nature of the exploitation. The fact that we're not able to get our gratuities, we're not able to tax extractive companies. I know that after COVID in South Africa, the turnaround in the economy came from the extractive sector. I don't know if you remember this, those of you who follow the South African economy. What turned around the South African economy was extractives. So that's our economy and our inability to transform. And remember also, the extractive economy is not going to transform Africa for us, given our demographics. The extractive economy doesn't employ many people. It doesn't. It does not employ the millions of young people that are jobless. It will not and it cannot. So it can bring some revenue, but it will not transform the economies. It will not change the trajectory. Agriculture usually does employ a lot of people, depending on how you do it. And there's other sectors. So if you then have manufacturing, then you create jobs and so on, depending on what the economic model might be. So we have to understand that extractives will not transform Africa in the way that we hope it will. We also have noticed that extractives has been the cause of many of our problems, the cause of many of the conflicts in our region. Look at Cabo Delgado in northern Mozambique. Look at DRC in Congo. All the problems are related to extraction. A war has broken out once again in the Eastern Congo right now, and it's all related to control over extractives there. There are other issues that affect our subcontinent. Geopolitics. We usually tend to blame too much our leaders and forget that our leaders themselves have literally a yoke over their neck. You know, if you think about it, Africa is exploited, is abused, discriminated against. I'm talking about Africa as a whole. We are not considered as equal. A war happens in Ukraine and Russia, and suddenly we don't have food. How does that happen? Honestly speaking, how does that happen? Now Africa has got no grain because there's a war in Ukraine and a war in Russia. There's a war in Russia and Ukraine. We now oil, price of petrol doubles in our countries. Like, what the hell? We've got oil in Uganda, in Angola, oil in Nigeria, oil, that whole West Coast is oil. We have gas in Mozambique, we have gas. So that tells you something about the problematic relationship or the place of Africa in the world. The geopolitical factors, the exploitation of Africa by others, East and West, Russia, China, US, Europe, the unequal relationship we have with our partners in the North. And that relationship has to be corrected. And this is a relationship which, for better, for worse, is not the fault of our own leaders. These are colonial legacies. This is post-colony. This is the post-colony, right? Even though the colonialists left, they didn't leave. They left and they gave us debt. All our revenue goes towards paying debt, choking debt. Choking debt. And now China has joined the bandwagon, gives us debt that we don't even know. You can ask the Zambians. They discovered afterwards that they had debt they didn't even know. They thought they had debt to the Europeans, and then they discovered that Lungu was taking debt from China as well, which he didn't even declare. And many of our governments do this, and you as parliamentarians know this. They don't come to tell you, even though the constitution says the president must come and tell you if he's taken debt, but they don't do that. You discover only later. But in the very first place, why do we need to be taking debt anyway, especially from the global north? On the other hand, instead of paying, we don't owe the north anything, in my opinion, if you ask me. They've already taken too much. They owe us for the exploitation over hundreds of years. They must pay back for all the colonial injustices. What did Leopold do in the Congo? Besides killing people, he took the Congo as his own, and he extracted and pilfered and stole and extracted everything from the Congo. If you look at the colonial model of extraction, I mean, in Zimbabwe, Cecil John Rhodes, they took everything. Why do we owe anybody anything? We don't know. We should actually say, okay, we are square. In fact, we're not even square. Pay us back. We don't owe you anything, IMF, World Bank. But here we are. Our countries are choking with debt at interest rates that they can't even sustain. So that's another reality that our countries have to contend with. And I know that this is part of what you have to do in terms of accountability. And then, of course, we have had COVID. For 3.5 years, our countries were in lockdown. Some have begun to rebound, of course. But the toll of COVID has never been fully assessed and understood. And this, especially in our own region, we know what happened with our economies. We know the unemployment that COVID caused. Over 2 million people lost jobs just in this country alone, in South Africa and everywhere else. It killed everything, tourism. And of course, it put to the test our health systems. So that's the context, colleagues, honorables, that we find ourselves in. And that's the context in which you have to operate. And I'm not saying that, you know, what happens outside is more important, but it's important to understand what happens outside, because what happens outside your own countries really determines what happens in your own country. I'm not going to talk about in that great detail about your role, because I think that my colleagues have spoken about it. I'll try and wind up now, and others will come and talk about that. I'll talk to some of the challenges, I guess, that you face in the face of, as I said earlier, domineering executives, political party manifestos, political party caucuses. We know this is a complexity that every parliamentarian must navigate. How do you still retain your integrity, your courage? Now you have come from the party meeting in your own village or in your own district, and you've been told this is how we are deciding this, but your people are now also saying, but this is not working for us. One thing that I want to remind you is that whether you are part of a dominant ruling party or you are part of an opposition, one thing that you must realize is the immense responsibility you have. You are literally the last person standing in between a domineering executive and the poor masses. This is basically the responsibility you have. You are the last person standing, the last, the very, very last person standing. Because regardless of whether there is a caucus position by the party, you are accountable not to your party as a member of parliament. You are accountable to your constituency. They are the people who have asked you to go there. And yes, you must navigate the different demands and the different power centers, but in reality, your accountability is to the people who saw you, saw something in you, and saw something that you can deliver for them. And while I sympathize and I empathize with the complexity, we talked about this domineering, ruling elites and executives. But the reality is that, and I see this speaking from my own experience, watching my own father. And there were a few lessons that I learned. He, at some point, for many years, was chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee. And during his tenure, he must have exposed, not him, but Parliamentary Public Accounts Committee, Shauneni will confirm, exposed most of the corruption scandals that we still talk about were actually dealt with by our Parliamentary Public Affairs Committee, Public Accounts Committee. And that was at a time when we actually had a virtual one-party state. We didn't have an opposition in Zimbabwe at the time. For those who might want to know, we're talking about the 80s here, where there was ZANU-PF in power after the coalition with ZAPU, PF ZAPU. And the lessons I learned were that even within a dominant ruling party, it is still possible to do your job, to hold that executive accountable, because you are part of that party. You are not a servant of the party. You are not a junior person of the party. You form the party yourself and you frame the direction of the party. And half the time, it is when your voice gets lost that that party will at some point lose power. I want to stress this. When you, even if you are part of a ruling party, fail to hold your own party account, that party begins to die. I hope you're hearing what I'm saying. And I say this having observed my own father. And there are a few things: courage, just being able to stand up and say, but comrades, is this what we fought for? I'm talking about those in power. Those that are in opposition are comrades. You are done, you have finished, you need to leave power so we take over. You have failed. That's a completely different argument. But for those in power, whether you're in BDP, in Botswana, or in Chama Pinduzi, you've been in power for over 40, 50 years, you know what the struggle was about. Why do you watch and say nothing when you see everything that the struggle was about being trampled on? And then you go home and you sleep, and you say, I'm a parliamentarian, I'm doing my civic duty, I'm a patriot. Forget that. You are not. So courage is important. Integrity, personal integrity, your belief in your own honesty, that I'm being honest to myself here first. I'm also being honest to my people. Your people are not a party. The party is a vehicle to serve the people. The party and the government are vehicles to serve the people. You are all players to make sure those vehicles work properly in serving the people. The third point is a commitment to serving your people. And maybe it was good that Shauneni started by referencing my own experiences as a child. A commitment to serving your people is absolutely critical, because if your commitment is to serve the party, you can be sure you will not hold anybody accountable. Let me say this. If your commitment is to serve the party, you will not hold anybody accountable, because it is usually the party that is flouting budgets, that is flouting laws, that is violating human rights. So if you remain steadfast in only serving your party, forget about serving your people. Professionalism, taking the job seriously. Yes, they don't pay you that much. Yes, they don't give you cars, they don't give you fuel, they don't give you, but you have gone to the people and said, I want to represent you. And the people have entrusted you with that responsibility, despite the fact that they are not paying you. And you owe the people that duty at the very least. And then finally, love for your own country, patriotism. Because if you love your country, you will never allow anybody, including an executive, to mess it up. So for me, these are my own observations from my own, for my own youth watching my own father, who was chairman of the Public Accounts Committee for many, many years, exercising this role. I really have nothing more to add, and I want to thank you all for listening to me and for spending time just listening to some of my opinions. And I wish you all the best as you deliberate. And I know that as we move in the next 10 years, maybe 15, 20, we will have, I can tell you, a more seismic shift in our region as young people take over. Because of just the demographics alone, that's where they are taking us. And it's not a bad thing, actually. It is a good thing, because as we grow older, we must yield to young people. Thank you so much.
I said it, Africans are modest. The man said he has not attempted to wear his father's shoes. He's only carrying them. And when he has spoken, you would have made your own conclusions. And I really liked the opportunity to interrogate, particularly for members of the DG committee and also the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee, because you have a responsibility of promoting domestication of regional instruments. So I like the unpacking of the contemporary issues. And these issues are going to define the trajectory of the region in the foreseeable future. And you have that responsibility now as a parliamentary forum, but more importantly, as we transform to become a parliament, to be grappling with these issues. I also like the personal challenge placed on individual parliamentarians. The Secretary General, in a speech as ably presented by Mrs. Mungand, talked about genuinely committed politicians. Parliament needing genuinely committed politicians. And then Mr. Malunga then went on to articulate issues of courage, issues of personal integrity, and commitment to the people, to serving the people, and the love for the country. When I have been asked as a democracy and governance practitioner to say, what is the most effective parliamentarian from your experience working in parliament? My answer has been simple. It is the one who is committed. I have worked with parliamentarians who face certain impediments or have certain shortcomings like we all do. But if they have commitment, I've seen that that has been the difference. Sometimes all it takes is that commitment. And I think I speak for everyone when I feel that Mr. Malunga, you did justice to the keynote address in articulating the critical issues that we must deal with, particularly as the two committees, as I mentioned, because citizens of the region look up to you to find the answers. All those challenges we have, we need to collectively deal with them. They are not just, they transcend the boundaries. So if all of us are facing these challenges. And thank you very much. We really appreciate you committing time to come. You are supposed to be in Abuja because they cover Africa-wide. When we communicated, he was gracious to accept to spare a moment to grace the meeting, and then you will be proceeding to take other responsibility. I really want to thank you most heartily. At this juncture, because again of the reality of needing to travel, later on I indicated earlier on that we have requested the Justice Dingake, who I regard as the friend or one of the friends of the committee, the DG committee, because of the work he has done, most of it gratis. He accepted to come and engage with the members regarding the issue of the baseline study I mentioned. I would, at this juncture, wish to confer with the judge, if you are ready. Let me allow you to come and address the meeting. Then we will, after that, break for a group photograph and tea, and then we'll come back. I do recognize that we are running a bit late, but we need to do what we need to do, and then we'll be able to catch up with time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my good friend, Director of Proceedings. Permit me to say that I recognize you all, and I humble myself before you, and to say that it's a great opportunity to be here again. I feel that I'm amongst friends. I have interacted with many of you for many years. And permit me just to say, all protocol observed. And before I go into the heart of my intervention, 2 preliminary points will be in order. They will serve in a way to recap on what many of you have said very clearly and very eloquently. My task today, according to the instructions of the Director of Proceedings, is to speak to you about the baseline study that SADC PF has commissioned. But before that, 2 points, preliminary points. It is not very common to find members of the judiciary and parliament in one space, exchanging views as we do, because the doctrine of separation of powers keeps us apart. And our citizenry, if they find us together, they're never very comfortable, and for a good reason. And so often when an opportunity presents itself to talk to each other, we often talk past each other. The truth of the matter, though, is that legislatures, the judiciary, and indeed the executive constitute the state. Some would say they constitute government. All these 3 branches have an obligation to ensure that rights are protected and good governance is effected. And all of them have a constitutional obligation to keep to their lanes. That is separation of powers. Your duty, the oversight duty, the duty to make law, is not the duty to make any law. It is the duty to make just good laws. Because the chief law of all laws is good law in public interest. Any other law that you pass, although you have the powers, if it is unjust and is not good law, you are not fulfilling your constitutional mandate. You are restrained. He has instructed me, for transparency's sake, he has instructed me to repeat a point, but that point he did not particularize. I don't know whether it is the point that I made, that your constitutional obligation relates to your duty to pass just and good laws. Because it is good laws that are the chief law. And that if you are conscious of that obligation, then you are performing your duties. And that is very important. So in parliamentary, in constitutional democracies, of which most of our countries are, we are bound to enact laws for the good order and peace of our countries and for the benefit of the people. That is your duty. But today I'm here to talk to you about something extremely important. SADC-PF, Kurasha and team, for years, been trying to get SADC as a region to a particular phase where democracy could be seen to exist and not just talked about. And they have done this through formulating many programs. And SADC-PF in particular has been a pioneer of model laws. Many, perhaps too many to mention. If only a fraction of these laws were to be implemented, only a fraction, we'll be in a different space. Because all of you have participated in the formulation of these model laws. But it is the domestication of these laws that usually becomes a problem. When you get to your national parliament, I am not a prophet, I do not know why, but the keynote speaker spoke about certain key things. The dominance of the party system, the caucus, an overbearing executive. I will add the constitutional design, lack of resources, and where the legislature becomes an extension of the executive, and there's no separation of powers in that sense. So in 2021, SADC-PF plenary assembly session that was hosted by the Parliament of Lesotho in December 2021 resolved that a model law on the role of Parliament in protecting and in promoting and protecting constitutionalism and the rule of law in the SADC region be developed to strengthen the role of parliaments in ensuring separation of powers and checks and balances and democratic accountability. So as part of the initial steps to be taken in order to realize that model law, SADC-PF assigned myself and my good friend, Professor Maduk in Zimbabwe, to undertake a baseline study on mechanism and practices for separation of powers and checks and balances in the SADC region. We formulated a questionnaire and asked SADC-PF to send to you in your national parliaments. This was where in April 2021, if I recall, asking that honorable members complete this questionnaire. And each parliament was requested to assign at least designate 6 members as interviewees. We should include the speaker, chairperson of the committee in charge of legal affairs, chairperson of the nation's women's caucus, 2 members from the ruling party, 2 members from the opposition. And parliaments were, through the clerk of office, at liberty to designate and facilitate more interviews to broaden the base. I will not go over the questions that were put to national parliaments to answer, but they were supposed to help the consultants gather evidence as to the state of play in our respective countries regarding separation of powers and checks and balances, and how you experience them. The power dynamics, the keynote speaker spoke about the power dynamics, how you feel constrained by the power dynamics, and other things that come into play, so that we can then formulate a report that can guide in the eventual formulation of the model law on the rule of law and constitutionalism. I must say that the status of the responses that we got has not been a happy one. The uptake has been very low. And there is a real imminent fear that if you don't assist us to urge your colleagues to assist us to gather the data that we need in order to effect your own mandate, your own decisions, this project will be stillborn. So I'm here to try to persuade you to do that. Many years back, I used to be an advocate. I stood before the judge to persuade, as I'm trying to do now. But there is a limit to persuasion, but I hope you would hear me. In my current function, I no longer persuade, I issue orders, because of the inherent limitations of trying to persuade. And the orders have timelines and penal consequences for disobedience. I can't do that to honorable members. I plead that if you go back to your respective countries, if you can assist us, then your own project will not be stillborn and will have the evidence to file a report. Only a few countries, Namibia has responded, Malawi, Lesotho, Botswana. The rest of other members still have to report. And can you please kindly assist us deliver the report? So that, in essence, is my plea, so that later on we can formulate this model law that you can then use. Model laws are never an imposition. They are a resource for you to pick and choose whatever is the best practice that suits your own circumstances. A resource, especially for countries without the technical expertise and know-how to gather all this, is a really precious resource. There is no obligation to get everything, but you can pick and choose as you go forward. So please kindly oblige us and let us have the responses. And if you are one of those who perhaps is sitting with the questionnaire, I will be very grateful if you fill it up and deliver it to us. Director of Proceedings, I end my submission here. Thank you very much.
The justice is a kind man. Please remember this when you meet him. Remember you are meeting a kind man. Just to make this plea to the committee, he accepted to change his ticket. Because, honorable members, I do know that Tanzania has indicated, has written to designate an officer. I don't know how far they have gone in doing this process. But the reason why we raise this issue, I know what will happen at plenary, and hear it from me. Probably we'll remind each other then. When other countries have submitted and they are acknowledged in the report, honorable members who frantically confront the secretariat. Why were we left out? So we felt, because this is under your committee, because the two committees that are here, DGHR and Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee, have a responsibility of monitoring progress on domestication. This matter must concern you, and you must be champions in your parliaments for us to be able to overcome this hurdle. We are in a very difficult situation, and we would welcome your commitment to follow up on this matter so that we have submissions from all the parliaments. At this juncture, are there any questions perhaps? If there are no questions, we shall break for tea. We'll go for a group photograph. Paulina, have you figured out where we will have a group photograph? Perhaps at the hotel entrance? Paulina, are you there? And then we will have tea and reconvene at 11:15 so that we resume. At this juncture, allow me to most heartily thank our distinguished members of the High Table. One would not have missed the important messages that they put across through the statements, which speaks to the crux of what we are going to be dealing with today and tomorrow. That has, in a way, set the tone and provided common ground for us to be able to engage more meaningfully when we refer to these concepts. Subject to confirmation, Paulina. Yeah, at the entrance, hotel entrance. And then where is tea? Just outside. So honorable members, let's all go down for the group photograph, and then we come back for tea and we reconvene at 11:15. Thank you very much. Asante sana.
All right, everyone, if we can start at 11:30, we'll only be an hour behind, which will help us a bit. You'll see that there's 2 rows of seating. There's the front row. I think people are too shy to sit in that row. Please don't be. And I think if you're an MP in the committee, you should be sitting in the front row anyway, automatically. So, but anyone's welcome to that front row. All right, as I said, we're going to start at 11:30. We're going to start promptly, so if people can start taking their seats so that we can start at 11:30, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I know that there was a lot of treats outside, and I'm sure that after all the talks and the photographs, I'm sure we all wanted to take that opportunity. I've been given the opportunity to talk about filling big shoes. I've been given the opportunity to fill big shoes now. My chairperson, Mr. Ndubeni, is now. Oh, they want to see me. Shame. My chairperson, who's unfortunately couldn't make it today, is sitting in Zimbabwe and is joining us on the virtual platform. Honorable Ndubeni him and I actually started on this committee around about the same time. So I was the vice chairperson before, and now he is the chairperson. And I see that my president is sitting here lovely in green today. So we're all represented today. And I think we look forward to the program. For me, I think the most important thing about our deliberations today is you've heard from our speakers that what we've inherited or what we have, unfortunately, you can make excuses, we can say whatever we want, but that's not going to help our cause anymore. What we need to do now is we need to really look at our guidelines and what we call the role model laws and see how we can take this forward and see how we can get this into every country. And I usually talk about what is called the roadmap. We need to see how we can really get countries to buy into what is seen as the roadmap. So with this in mind, I would like to introduce our first speaker, who does not need much introduction. He has been speaking most of the morning. But Mr. Kurasha is going to be talking to us on basically the parliaments as pillars for a strong democratic accountability and democratic drive in the SADC region. So I'd like to call up Mr. Kurasha. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Beckman, Treasurer and DG HR committee member, former vice chairperson, and it's always a pleasure to have you around, and thank you for the opportunity to present to the House. Just need to make sure that I am correctly set before I jump into the presentation. Right. So my presentation this morning, Parliament is pillars for a strong democratic accountability and democratic drive in the SADC region, has been made light by the fact that the speeches from the Secretary General, represented by Mrs. Mungandi, to the chairperson of the DG committee, Honorable Ndweni, the ambassador speech, and also the keynote address speech. They all spoke about the issues of parliament, democratic accountability, issues of democratic drive. So what I will do as I present, I'll pick a few areas of emphasis so that we enrich the engagement and the discussion. I decided to start off with a quotation. And this quotation is by the former United Nations Secretary General Kofi Annan, where he addresses the issue of democratic accountability. And he says, democratic accountability requires more than an electoral mandate. For elections to be genuinely free and for people to feel genuinely represented in government, much more is needed. And what is this much more? Institutional checks and balances. I think by frequency of utterance, this is one of the words, these are some of the words that have been uttered the most. Checks and balances. I've listened to this word being spoken by almost everyone who took to the podium. An independent judiciary, viable political parties, a free press, and the freedom of each individual to express his or her ideas without fear of retribution. And the second part, which is I like, or the part that I like, democracy is betrayed, even if its forms are respected, when elected governments allow corruption to thrive and fail to address the basic needs of the population. I will not seek to expand on this quotation in terms of interpretation, but I will expand on it by bringing yet another quotation. This quotation is by the current president of the Republic of Namibia, President Hage Geingob. He was speaking in March 2015 after the 2014 election, seismic elections in Namibia. And Namibia has its handover, at least to the last of I knew of the constitutional arrangements in March after the elections have been held in November. Honorable Masua, if you have since amended the constitution to bring forward the handover, you can confirm. So you are speaking within the context of the handover that was happening after the 2014 elections. And he says, the prerequisites for a prosperous nation include good constitutions, peace, and democracy. We are, however, aware that people do not eat democracy. People eat decent food, live under decent shelter, and enjoy decent employment. People eat decent food, live under decent shelter, and enjoy decent employment. And again, I do not at this point wish to expand by way of interpretation this quotation. I'll give you yet another quotation. This is a quotation from a man whose land we are in, the founding president of the Democratic South Africa, Nelson Mandela. In 1993, visiting somewhere in the US at a university, he spoke and said, "A vote without food, shelter, and healthcare would be to create the appearance of equality, while actually inequality is entrenched. We do not want freedom without bread, nor do we want bread without freedom." I don't want to deny anyone a Kodak moment, probably. I see people taking photos. I don't know whether they are taking photos of the quotation or of me or both. A vote without food, shelter, and healthcare would be to create the appearance of equality, while actually inequality is entrenched. We do not want freedom without bread, nor do we want bread without freedom. Right. So having said that, I think what is emerging, or the convergence in this conversation, in this policy dialogue, is that democracy is much more than the issue of elections, free and fair elections. It has to have certain critical ingredients. And I'm excited about this perspective, particularly because of the presence of young people in this meeting, including young parliamentarians. Whenever I've listened to Honorable Masua as a young parliamentarian speaking in the Parliament of Namibia, I've been left convinced that she must have read the quotations that I shared earlier. Because of all the issues, it's the filtering of the critical issues where we do not want to assume that because we are democratic, we free, all is well, when in reality, for some people, it is not yet uhuru. And for parliamentarians, that must be concerning to you because of the sacrosanctity of the mandate you have been given, whether you were elected through a PR system or directly elected by your constituents. At the end of the day, what matters is that sacrosanct relationship between you and the people that you represent. So we need to engage about issues of citizen participation. When we talk about participation, it's genuine, meaningful participation, not rituals. Sometimes in the mix of domestic dynamics, this issue gets lost, where the institution of parliament may think that it is doing citizens favor when it must open up to allow citizens to voice and also stand up to scrutiny. So we need to be clear about the distinction between participatory and the representative democracy. The assumption of representation does not just stem from you being elected. It extends to the assumption that you have genuine grounds on which you have legitimate basis to be representing the people when you speak on their behalf. In the same way, the judge was speaking this morning, and I asked him to repeat The point I had asked him to repeat was where he said, the mandate to make laws goes beyond just making laws. These laws must be just. These laws must facilitate peace and good governance. If they fail to meet that test, it means that mandate is being betrayed. For democracy to be in operation, we need to see rights being accessed by citizens. We need to see justice being accessible, the enjoyment of the rights. We spoke earlier, the issue of separation of powers was also spoken about a lot this morning, and the issue of independence of institutions. So beyond just elections, democracy is deeper. In fact, elections are just but the starting point. I was in a conversation with colleagues the other day, and when I had articulated that elections are a starting point, they then asked me, if elections are the starting point, why do you observe elections and not observe democracy? Of course, I didn't have the answers, and that's why I'm putting it to you, honorable members. If it is okay to observe elections, what is wrong with observing democracy? This slide talks about the context for Southern Africa. I think the keynote speaker did justice in really unbundling, what I would call deconstructing the issues in Southern Africa. He did a good job. And if we lost time on account of him, we are going to regain that time, because I'm not going to go into what he spoke about, except because of the presence of the youth component in this meeting. Allow me to highlight one of the observations regarding the state of democracy in Southern Africa, which speaks to young people. It talks about the state of democracy in Southern Africa being one where citizens are increasingly becoming disenchanted with politics, including democracy itself, because they get mobilized during elections to elect politicians on the basis of political promises, which are hardly ever realized after election. This reduces politics and democracy in the region to simple elite pacts and elite circulation at state level, and in turn distances the pursuit of democracy from the daily livelihoods of citizenry. Hence, the high rates of voter apathy and the decline in public trust in political parties. If you wondered why I flagged the three quotations I shared earlier on, this is why it is important. Democracy risks being a rigmarole. I've often said the lies of politics sometimes is the false sense of equality that we get, for instance, during elections. When you go to a polling station and there is no indelible ink, for instance, it is laughable, and every observer mission will highlight that we went to a polling station where there was no indelible ink. So if you are looking for a polling station, every polling station is a model polling station. There's hardly anything missing there. Yet a day after the elections, it is not laughable for a citizen who voted the previous day and they've fallen sick the following day to go to a clinic in Malawi, in Angola, in Zambia, and get a prescription for drugs that are not available in the hospital. And these drugs must be taken after a meal for a citizen who can't afford even a single meal a day. And yet, we are asking ourselves, why are citizens losing interest? Are we genuine? And that's why President Hage said we don't eat good constitution. Let's break it down to the things that affect the citizens. A vote without bread is a fallacy. That's what President Mandela said. It's a hoax. I want to talk about why parliaments matter in a democracy, or the linkage, or is there a linkage in the first place? In the trajectory of development, there was a point when you almost would think that parliament was being replaced by civil society. And I'm not saying this to create acrimony, to promote acrimony between the two. But I think there was a mode of development where at some point when development partners talk about government, they are not including parliament, right? So parliament is not in the matrix. We went and engaged the government. They are not talking about parliament. And at the same time, from there, they are looking at non-state actors. And where is parliament? But I think with COVID-19 coming on board, it has brought to the core the issues anticipated in SDG 16, strong institution, the role of institution. There is no debate that countries that had strong institutions were able to respond better to COVID-19. Secondly, we also saw how disproportionate the relationship, including capacity between the executive and parliaments are. When parliaments were trying to play catch up, when we were locked down through emergency measures, this is a legislative role. This is subsidiary legislation. In most cases, the applicable law was they needed to put some regulation. And parliament was nowhere in sight, even where parliament has mechanisms of scrutinizing subsidiary legislation. They were locked down with all of us. And then they suddenly realized, and conversations started in the region. And I remember that we took part at SADC Parliamentary Forum in assisting national parliaments in formulating special rules for operating during emergencies. We were never ready, even where the legal framework would have permitted parliament. Understandably so, because we went for a century without a major crisis. But this is the state of affairs. And what did we learn from COVID-19? We need to focus on the importance of parliament, and that's the point I'm making. To say, when we look at democratic accountability, we need strong, accountable institutions, and parliament is one of those. And I think the presenters earlier made that point adequately. The linkage, I will not dwell on this one. When we have had conversations inside SADC PF regarding the role of parliament in the democratic space, honorable members who may have been long enough with the SADC PF up to 2012, 2010, will know that we actually developed benchmarks for democratic legislatures in Southern Africa. So all parliaments engaged in a conversation where they said, what are the minimum constitutional, administrative, financial, human resources, etc. arrangements that are required for a parliament to be democratic? This was coming from the reality that beyond peculiarities in our national space or domestic space, there are certain things that are common in all parliaments, and therefore we must be able to benchmark on those. Secondly, and more fundamentally, with the coming in on social media, parliament is under pressure to perform. Because have you seen that sometimes some issues that end up on your order paper would have started on social media? When there's pressure, and then you have to now sit down as parliamentarians, whether you bring it as a question, whether you bring it as a motion, or another form. These are conversations that are actually happening first and foremost through the citizens. And parliaments in the SADC region, in the context of the benchmarks for democratic legislatures in Southern Africa, agreed that any parliament worth of its salt, it must be able to do 6 things. The benchmarks document is available in all the languages I can share with honorable members. It says democratic parliaments must therefore be able to actively perform the following critical functions. 1, holding the executive to account through the oversight function of executive ministries and departments. 2, representing the nation in its diversity, either of social groupings or constituencies. 3, making laws for the good governance of the country. 4, approving national budget, taxation policy, and monitoring public expenditure. 5, ratifying and domesticating international conventions and treaties. And lastly, resolving conflict and disputes through peaceful mechanisms. Most conflicts now, when you talk about conflicts, are intrastate, whereas in the past, these conflicts would be between states. By and large, the conflicts we now have are intrastate, within the state, and that places parliament at the center. You can no longer run away from that. It's conflicts of resources, it's conflicts that arise from elections, or conflicts that arise, that manifest during elections, but were there even before elections. I've often talked about the challenges of definition when you talk about electoral violence or electoral conflict. Sometimes it only becomes electoral conflict because it manifests during elections. But in essence, these conflicts were already prevalent outside of elections. Elections actually become a victim, and then they manifest through that. So I want to avoid repeating, and therefore I'll share the presentation, but I want to rush to the categorization of parliaments in terms of the models based on the perception of the strength of each parliament. And there are 4 categories: rubber stamp, arena, transformative, and emerging legislature. One of the difficult questions I have had with parliamentarians is when you tell them that parliament is weak. Parliamentarians don't like that. Honorable members sometimes will take you on. Who told you we are weak? I was in a meeting with a committee from one of the member states, and I was speaking, and I spoke quite authoritatively and with justification on good grounds why that particular committee was very weak. Honorable members wanted to shoot me. But it's conversations we need to have. When members come to the region, it's your opportunity to momentarily forget the domestic issues. You can still remember them when you go back and you have to confront them. So let's openly engage, and you'll be able to place where your parliament lies. So rubber stamp legislatures, I think the name says it all. Is parliaments that have little internal structure and low information needs. So there's no mechanism for systematically interrogating the issues. There are no structures, there are no adequate processes, probably resources are not there. And when it comes to budget oversight, the budget is alleged to be passing through parliament rather than being passed by parliament, and sometimes at the pace of an unidentified flying object. So you can, and what we need to remember is that these characterizations are not exclusive. So one parliament, and this actually emerged during the benchmarking process, what one parliament has overcome the other parliament is still battling with. And that's where the value of sharing knowledge and benchmarking comes in. Then we have arena for our legislatures. These are places where societal differences are articulated. There are places of speech and debate. Policy initiatives come from outside the legislature. The legislature has moderate information needs, and it requires enough internal capacity to refine proposals, and it's shaped by executive branch or the party system. These are arena legislatures. It's like a mixed bag. It's a parliament where there's everything. One day, backbenchers are winning. The other day, they are being flawed and they fight back. There is negotiation and etc. Then we have transformative legislatures. This is the rarest type. There are very few transformative legislatures. This represents diverse societal interests and serve as an independent shaper of policies. It has highly complex internal structures and has the greatest information needs because of the diversity and the vibrance of the issues. Yes. The honorable members whispers to me that it's an activist kind of, yes. Then the last model, emerging legislatures. These are in the process of change from one type to another, and a number of African legislatures can be considered emerging legislatures moving from rubber stamp towards arena and transformative legislatures. And I think this marries well with the context that was provided by Mr. Malunga this morning. And that's why I'm eternally grateful to him, because he went even further in terms of historical context of why we find ourselves with this form of democracy we have and why we need to do something about it. The reduction of centralized executive power displayed in the shift from single to multi-party politics has continued, with the parliament gaining power. Parliamentary information needs are increasing, and they are working to reform their institution to handle their increasing load. Then emerging legislatures are beginning to have some influence in terms of public financial management. Of course, I'll highlight the fact that the effectiveness of parliament is dependent on internal and external determinants. We could go into that another time. I think for purpose of time, let me move forward. I highlight some of the challenges that are faced by parliaments in Southern Africa, including the challenge of the physical separation of power because of the predominant parliamentary system, where members of the executive are also simultaneously members of parliament. This challenge is highlighted by a former speaker of the Gauteng legislature, Froz Kachalia. And I want to quote this, and I find the quotation to be a very salient observation. Parliamentary systems, and we're saying parliamentary systems compared to presidential systems, where, like just in Angola, Mozambique, where ministers are not members of parliament. Parliamentary systems tend to produce an imbalance in the relationship between the executive and parliament, and the subordination of the internal workings of parliament to the requirements of government. This is so because members on whose support the government is dependent to sustain it in office and who are subject to party discipline are at the same time required to subject the government to critical scrutiny. This can lead to a weakening of parliament's investigative and oversight role, and to less transparent, accountable, and effective oversight. Before the last constitutional amendment that increased, among other things, increased the membership of parliamentarians in Namibia, Honorable Masua. After executive appointments, Parliament was too depleted to be able to constitute vibrant oversight committees, for instance. And this attests to part of the challenges we're talking about. I could go on about the challenges, but I think it would be good for me to move towards conclusion, Chair. And in conclusion, I wish to pose the questions that were asked in the benchmarks for democratic legislatures, where they said, in view of the challenges that parliaments face, what are the strategic questions that parliaments need to ask themselves? And 5 of these questions were identified. The first one, how can Parliament, as the representative institution and voice of the citizen, be strengthened and the principles of separation of powers be better observed? 2, what are the minimum constitutional, legal, normative, and institutional arrangements for a democratic legislature? 3, how should a democratic parliament relate to other arms of government in general and the executive in particular? 4, what are the most critical organizational, financial, human resources, and operational requirements necessary for optimum professional parliamentary performance? And lastly, what structural arrangements should be put in place to enable political parties, civil society organizations, and interest groups to influence the business of Parliament? And these are questions that I wish to leave honorable members with. We need to grapple with this, remembering that we have a responsibility first and foremost to the sovereign, which are the citizens, while we have a relationship with our political parties and our spouses. I will not fail you by ending without a quote. And the quote goes, no matter how efficient or well organized their internal operations are, parliaments count for nothing if they fail to build relations with the wider society or betray the causes of active citizenship. Parliament must be the bridge that links policy with the citizens. Parliament must be the bridge that gives people hope in the midst of the many challenges that they are facing, because it would have given the clearest of indication that they are committed to the causes of the citizens first and foremost. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Crusher. I'm sure you will all agree with me, when a speaker leaves you with more questions than answers, it's a very interesting speech. I definitely believe that sitting here today, we need to ask ourselves, as Mr. Crusher says, we have to ask ourselves around the 3 questions. What type of parliament are we functioning in? And how are we going to get ourselves from that type of parliament to the next level of parliaments? And I've got no doubt that our next speaker, who comes from the Afrobarometer of Southern Africa, is going to tell us a lot more about the climate in terms of what the citizens' perceptions and attitudes towards parliaments are in promoting democracy and accountability. So I'd like to hand over to Professor Eldred Masununguru to please give us his input. Thank you very much, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I don't operate in diplomatic spaces, so I hope you forgive me, if I forgo the usual salutation. Sorry. No, I'm asking for your forgiveness if I. Can you hear me now? Oh, okay. Good. From which?
All this deliberation going on, sorry, I did mispronounce the name somewhat of the professor. I see the professor's name I did mispronounce, and I do apologize for that.
No, you are not the only one. You would have been an exception if you had pronounced it correctly. So all honorable members and the participants that are here to attend this very august meeting on a very important issue, the policy dialogue on accountability of Parliament, which is a pivotal institution everywhere. My task, or the task of the Afrobarometer, is to present the opinions of the public. Most of you are parliamentarians. You are elected by the people. And what Afrobarometer does, together with the national partners, is to gather the opinion of those who vote and vote for parliamentarians. So we gather and transmit data and information. We are a transmission belt. So the views that we are presenting here, they are not Afrobarometer views. They are not Masinungure views. They are the voice of the people. In Zimbabwe, our president, I'm Zimbabwean, our president often says, the voice of the people is the voice of God. So in a way, what we are presenting here is the voice of God. Okay. The views, they vary from the positive to the negative. But I must concede that they tend to be skewed more to the negative than the positive. But I do hope that you will not throw brickbats at the messenger. I'm just sure. But in the event that some may be tempted to do so in the process of my presentation, let me just highlight a few conclusions in case I don't finish my presentation. A few conclusions about the findings of the Afrobarometer. One is about the decreased trust in members of parliament over time. The second finding is about the increased perceptions of corruption of parliament and its members. Thirdly, is the increased perception that members of parliament don't listen. And fourthly, is the decreased approval of the performance of members of parliament. So the presentation is entitled Citizens' Perceptions and Attitudes Towards Parliament in Promoting Democracy and accountable governance. There are about 8 countries that are reflected in the presentations, that are from Southern Africa, but we do place, those Southern African countries, against, a continental, canvas. But let me start, by telling you or sharing with you, briefly what Afrobarometer is about. What is Afrobarometer? In brief, it is a pan-African, non-partisan research, network. It is a network that operates, in many countries, that are also, briefly, and it tries or aspires to provide reliable data, on the experiences of Africans, their evaluations, their aspirations regarding democracy, governance, as well as the quality, quality of life. And Afrobarometer, started operating in 1999, and it has conducted 8 rounds. It has completed 8 rounds. The 9th round, is underway. Some countries have conducted and completed, round 9, but the others are yet, to do so. And the core objectives of Afrobarometer, there are 3 core objectives that are listed there. And I think over time, Afrobarometer has become the leading source, of reliable, scientific data, on what Africans think, their experiences, and their political, behaviors. So essentially, the network, the Afrobarometer network, is about giving voice, to the public, and to link, to provide that link, between themselves, between the people and their representatives, as well as the policymakers, in various settings. Where does Afrobarometer operate? In round 9, the round that is underway now, it operates in at least 39 countries. So it operates in more than 2/3, of the countries that constitute, Africa, across the board, including, in North Africa. And the background, regarding with specific reference, to this, presentation, the next one, is that strong legislative institutions, as well as free and fair elections, they are the foundation, the bedrock of modern representative government. That's the starting point. And yet the common image, the ordinary image of African legislative institutions is one of subordination, to overweening presidents, to sometimes referred to as autocratic, presidents, and want to find out whether that image converges with what the popular perceptions, are the popular perspectives. What do Africans think of their parliaments and of their members of parliament? Next slide. So parliament, as a key institution, as a pivotal institution of democratic governance, we start with the support for democracy. This is a recurrent question from round 1 in 1999 to presently in round 9. Respondents are asked, which of these 3 statements is closest to your own opinion? Statement 1, democracy is preferable to any other kind of government. Statement 2, in some circumstances, a non-democratic government can be preferable. Statement 3, for someone like me, it doesn't matter what kind of government we have. By the way, they are indifferent. Now, that figure, that graph, it represents those who say democracy is preferable to any other kind of government. In other words, those who agreed with statement 1. So you can place your country in that figure, in that in that diagram, and there are several Southern African countries, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Botswana. They are above the 34 country average. In other words, they regarded democracy as preferable to any other of the alternatives. But there are also Southern African countries that are below the average. And we'll see that the bottom 5, the bottom 4 are all in Southern Africa. And want to ask, why? But the answer may, be found perhaps in the next, in the next slide. Democracy has its alternatives. So perhaps those who don't prefer democracy's alternatives. And we identify 3 possible alternatives of democracy. And the 3 alternatives are military rule, one-party rule, and thirdly, one-person rule or one-man rule. And the question is posed as, there are many ways not to govern a country. Would you disapprove or approve of the following alternatives? Only one political party is allowed to stand for election and hold office. That is one-party rule. Secondly, the army comes in to govern the country. That is military rule. Thirdly, elections and the national legislature they are abolished so that the president can decide everything, which is one-person rule. The figure you are looking at is about rejection of military rule. The countries that whose populations or respondents say they reject military rule, and the extent to which the voters reject military rule. At the top, I think on average, 74% of Africans reject military rule. There are those that are above that average. There are those that are below. And you place your country somewhere. You will find your country, in that, in that graph. And if they say, they reject military rule, it means that they, prefer, democratic rule. Rejection of the next slide. Then there's the rejection of one-man rule or one-person rule. On average, we find that 82% they reject one-person rule. And there are those countries that are above that average. There are those countries that are below the average. And again, you place, your country, in that, in that graph. Which one? Which is your country, and what proportion of the citizens in your country reject a one-person rule, or one-man rule? What is the trend of rejection of one-person rule? I think it's fairly consistent. More than 8 in 10 of Africans in 29 countries from 2011 to 2021, because this is a trend analysis, they reject one-man rule. So it means that there is a preference, a clear preference for more democratic rule, and therefore a clear rejection of one person, one-man rule. Now the next slide is, I think, it lies at the heart of why we are here. And this is about support for parliamentary oversight of the president. Do voters support parliamentary oversight of the president, and to what extent? And the respondents, the voters, were asked, which of the following statements is closest to your view? Statement one, the national legislature should ensure that the president explains to it on a regular basis how his or her government spends taxpayers' money. Statement two, the president should be able to devote his full attention to developing the country rather than wasting time justifying his actions. What do Africans think regarding parliamentary oversight? And again, the average there is 67%. There are some countries that are lying above that average, others that are below that average. And where does your country lie? The other question about the parliamentary oversight and the role of the president is yes. The slide which says president rarely and never ignores parliament. Respondents were asked, in your opinion, how often in this country does the president ignore parliament and just do what he wants? On average, 58% think that the president rarely or never ignores parliament. And we see that all the countries they are placed somewhere in the in the graph, in the figure. Some, as usual, lying above the average, others below below the average. Then accountability to parliament over time. From 2011 to 2021. The line above, the graph up, at the top, there are two graphs there. The first one is about support for parliamentary oversight, over the president, and it's fairly consistent. 2011, 66%, and 2021, 67%. So it's fairly consistent that voters, the electorate think that they support parliamentary oversight over the president. Now moving to the popular appraisal of members of parliament, starting with trust in institutions and leaders. We identified 11 institutions and leaders, of which parliament or national legislature is one of the 11. We asked, how much do you trust each of the following, or haven't you heard enough about them to say? And that graph is presenting the result of those who say they trust somewhat or a lot. The best trusted, the most trusted are incidentally unelected institutions or leaders. religious leaders, they are the most trusted, followed by the army, then traditional leaders, then the president is at the top of those who are elected and trusted, but barely so, 51%. The National Assembly is fairly down, 41%, and opposition parties at the bottom, 33%. And this is a finding that is not just for Southern Africa or Africa. I think it's universal that the opposition parties, for some reason, which is yet to be deciphered, they are not as well trusted as the ruling party. The ruling party, 42% trust the ruling party. So the question is why the National Assembly is where it is in terms of the trustworthiness in relation to the people who vote them into power. I think it's a question that most of you can answer. Then trust in Parliament, specifically trust in Parliament. How much do you trust each of the following, or haven't you heard enough about them to say? Members of Parliament. This is placed on a comparative continental canvas where 40%, only 40% trust Parliament, and each of your Parliament is placed somewhere there. And interestingly, Tanzania is an outlier, highly trusted. Almost 9 in 10 Tanzanian voters, they trust their Parliament. And at the bottom there is the country that has just registered, I think, democratic elections. I don't know whether that will change, given what happened last month. But presently, it's 21% only that trust their Parliament, and I hope that that will change over time. The next slide is about the decreased trust in members of Parliament. In members of Parliament, not in Parliament as an institution, but members of Parliament representing the voters. This is specific about Southern African, some of the Southern African countries, not all of them. And this is over time, over a decade, 2011 to 2021. Again, we see Lesotho there, the decreased trust from 2011 to 2021 by up to 31 percentage points. And the least decrease was in Eswatini, minus 3 percentage points. So not all of Southern African countries are represented in that graph. But again, the trend of the regression is clear from this slide compared with the earlier slides. Then perceived issues of corruption. We asked the question in relation to 9 institutions, from the police through to judges and magistrates down to religious leaders. And the question we posed was, how many of the following people do you think are involved in corruption? Or haven't you heard enough about them to say? And that figure is about those who say most of them or all of them. And the police are at the apex of the hierarchy of corrupt institutions. But you will see that Parliament does not lag too far behind. And again, unelected institutions, they do best. Traditional leaders and religious leaders. only 17% of our respondents ascribed corruption to religious leaders. So again, it's a question for parliamentarians to say, why do the people you represent think that 38% of parliamentarians are corrupt? The next slide is about trust in parliament over time. And again, we can see a decrease in the next slide. It's a line graph. Okay. No. It's trust in institutions. It will be 18, it's number 18. Okay. And you can see the declining trust in parliament, from 52% in 2011 down to 49% in 2014, and then to 41% in the last round of Afrobarometer. If you can jump to 20. And again, sorry, for the confusion. Yeah. This is about the perceived, corruption among MPs as individuals, not parliament as an institution. And again, it's not a very pleasing, picture. Where does your individual country, belong? And this reflects how, the voters, how the people you represent judge you as an individual member of, of parliament. And I would say Tanzania again stands out, as perhaps having the cleanest, members, of parliament. Up there, you have South Africa, then Lesotho, Zimbabwe, not too far about, not far, from the 34 country Africa. The next slide is about the perception of increased corruption among MPs. And again, this is about individual MPs, not parliament as an institution, from 2011 to 2021. How many of the following people do you think are involved in corruption? And the difference between 2011 and 2021 is up to 32%. Otherwise, the perception of corruption among MPs in Lesotho has increased by 32 percentage points. But somewhat at the bottom, Zimbabwe 1%, and then Eswatini, the minus sign there suggests that there has been some good progress in Eswatini from 2011 to 2021 in terms of public perception. The reality may be different, but we are talking about perceptions. The next slide is again a line graph, perceived corruption among MPs. Again, it's not a very pleasing picture. It's not a very good picture. Where the perceptions have risen from 29% in 2011 to 38% in 2021. Now, moving on to approval of the performance of leaders. The next slide, okay. We asked the respondents, do you approve or disapprove of the way that the following people have performed their jobs over the past 12 months, or haven't you heard enough about them to say? And that, reflects, it presents the percentage of those who approve or strongly approve. And the question was asked of three, leaders: the president, local government councillor, and members of parliament. The president, performs, better, on this, on that graph, followed by local government councillors, and then members of parliament at 39%. Specifically on members of parliament, the approval of members of parliament. The same question: do you approve or disapprove of the way that the following people have performed their jobs over the past 12 months? And that figure presents the percentage of those who approve or strongly approve, across the African countries, across 33 African countries, including Southern African countries. The approval ratings, at the top you have Mozambique, and then at the bottom you have Lesotho, and the average there is 39% approval of members of parliament. Then again, over time, the decreased approval of MPs' job performance over time. And this is focusing on some of the Southern African countries, Lesotho to Zimbabwe. And again, it's not a very pleasing trend analysis amongst those Southern African countries. The regression is clear regarding the perceptions of the performance of members of parliament in the region. Then we have a trend analysis of the approval of MPs' job performance in the next slide. The disapproval and strongly disapprove, again, the line graph, is trending, upwards, from 43% in 2011, to 2020, to 56%, in 2021. Again, the question is why? What is happening? What about the interaction with the MPs? This is about, the people that are represented in, the voters and the MPs. What is the interface, the kind of interaction between the voters and the members of parliament? In respect of contacting leaders, the question we posed is, during the past year, how often have you contacted any of the following persons about some important problem, or to give them your views? The intensity of the contact between voters and their members of parliament, and and various leaders actually. Again, we have traditional leaders, unelected, then local government councillor, political party officials, and members of parliament. Again, the picture for members of parliament is not very gratifying. We see only 9% interface or intercourse between the MPs and their representatives. In other words, more needs to be done in terms of strengthening the linkages, the contacts between members of parliament and those they represent. And the next slide presents the voters' view regarding those MPs who, the lack of contact between the voters and MPs. During the past year, how often have you contacted any of the following persons about some important problem, or to give them your views? And this is specifically about MPs. And the average Africa-wide is 87, percent of lack of contact. That is never contacting, between the MPs and their, and their voters. The top half, or above the average, that reflects a very poor, contact, between MPs and and the voters, and that there is some improvement regarding those countries that lie below, the average. But again, overall, the picture is not is a bleak picture. It reflects, very poor interaction, very poor interface between voters and their representatives. And this is captured, over time as well. Changes in proportion of those who never, contacted MPs. And again, the negative picture is the deterioration in Zimbabwe and Eswatini is clear. And there is some improvement, in South Africa, Botswana, Zambia, and Namibia and Mozambique, and no change, in Lesotho. Then the next slide is a line graph that captures the picture between 2011 and 2021 regarding, the lack of contact, between voters and their representatives. And it's almost a straight, a straight line. In other words, it's very consistent. There is no improvement regarding, the very little, if any, fluctuation in terms of, the interface between, MPs and their, and those that vote for them. The next slide is essentially a nuanced version of what we have been, presenting. That is MPs, only sometimes or never listen. This is about listening. And as I said earlier on in my preliminary remarks, that MPs, they are not very good listeners, even though they should be. The question we asked was, how much of the time do you think the following try their best to listen to what people like you have to say? And across African countries, 33 African countries, that is the picture. And the average is 85%. Two countries, they are in Southern Africa, they are above, the average, and the rest of the Southern African countries, they are below the average. So again, it's not a, a very positive, picture of the listener, attitude, of the members of Parliament. The next slide is about increased perception that MPs don't listen. That from 2011 to 2021, the perception that MPs don't listen, that perception is actually increased, over time, except in Zambia. But Botswana, Zimbabwe, Lesotho, Eswatini, South Africa, and Namibia, there is that perception. In Mozambique, that MPs, they don't listen. In terms of the line graph, do MPs listen? That's the next slide. The perception that MPs only listen, listen only sometimes or never. That is the top, line graph. Not much change from 81% in 2011 to 2019, to 85% in 2019/2021. And the listener, orientation, again, a fairly flat figure, the bottom, line graph. And then out of this, we make conclusions. If you can jump to the conclusions. The conclusions, the public overwhelmingly supports democracy. But are they getting the democracy? And they also support the oversight role of very positive about the voters, and they are supportive, of the, the oversight role that Parliament has. But trust in MP and performance evaluation, they are low. And the perception of corruption is high. And the evaluations of MPs, they are deteriorating over time, meaning that something has to be done to reverse that trend. We did not present a slide on the youth, but the data, which we have, it suggests that the youth are more critical of MPs than their elders. And the ratings of MP responsiveness are extremely poor. That's a challenge, a big challenge. And contact rates are low compared to other leaders, including unelected leaders. I mean, those conclusions, they are in fact challenges about what should be done to correct that picture. And lastly, fewer than a quarter of African voters are responsible for holding MPs accountable. So I think in a way, also the voters are not exercising their obligation to extract accountability from those that represent them. So it's a question of demand and supply. Do the voters demand accountability? And where they demand accountability, do they get it? And the supply side. So there is a huge gap between demand and supply of public accountability. What can be done? I throw the question back to the members of Parliament. Thank you.
So again, we're left with a lot of questions, but I think now's the time for us to throw questions at the speaker, both speakers, and I think also we would allow for comments. I just want to, you will have a show of hands, please. I just want to recognize our chairperson of the committee, if he's online still, if he's got anything that he'd like to say.
Thank you, Darren. You're doing very well. You're doing very well. I'm following attentively and I'm enjoying it. It's just that it's very cold here. I'm in England, actually, and it's a bit cold. And the electricity bills are not friendly either. Thanks. You can proceed.
Thank you very much. So you don't have a question?
Not as yet.
Okay, thank you. I will take three at a time. So if I can just see your hands, I'll recognize you then. Number 1, number 2, and number 3. And then I'll come around, I'll come around the tables.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, it was a very nice presentation, but as a young MP, I think there was something, I don't know if I'm missing out of it. Maybe you can elaborate it with us regarding the role of youth in the public politic, like you mentioned. You are giving example as local councillors. You give the advantages, you give the percentage as well. But I notice as well, you miss out Seychelles. I don't know if Seychelles is a very more democratic country in the world. So if that's so. But my question is regarding the youth to come into politics in this world that we are talking about these days. So in that same aspect, so as someone with great experience, like I can see in your presentation, so what is your view regarding the youth in Africa these days to enter in the politic world, and also in the same time, what the formation you think that even SADC are giving out in the small countries or even the other African countries? The reason I'm asking this question is like in my country, Seychelles, I see that it's a bit challenging. Like myself, I'm 38 years old. in 2020, I go to an election for the highest office in my district. So I was standing with two older candidates like me who are much experienced than me. One of them was already MP in my district before. So like I said in my question, what encouragement you have or what resources or what aspect easy way for the youth in Africa these days when I compare to your data that you give? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number two.
Thank you. Let me first appreciate the presentations. They were very insightful. I have two questions. One, the statistics presented by Afrobarometer are stressful, especially if you are a member of parliament. I would like to know what data collection methods were used, collecting tools and the sources of information. And the other one is on democracy. I just wanted to find out as SADC, do we have a definition of democracy, or let me say a general definition of democracy that we can use as a benchmark? At the back of my mind, I'm just asking myself if the general definition of democracy does include political parties. I'm not trying to be defensive of anything or challenging anything, just for clarity, if as SADC we do have the general definition of democracy that we can use as a benchmark. Thank you.
Sorry, before I go to number three, can I ask first of all that you introduce yourself and your country? Second of all, can I say that you're more than welcome to speak in any of the languages that you're comfortable in? We do have translation at the back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Selemani Zedi from Tanzania. I would like to join my colleague to congratulate the presenter for the very nice presentation. But I'll join the last speaker to ask that I'm interested to know what type of voters did you collect the information from? Because some of the area, some of the feedback are very true, but some of them, they are questionable. For instance, when your research pointed out that most of the voters in Tanzania, they regard or they perceive the member of parliament as free from corruption. I do agree with that. I do agree with that 100%. But when you say that the voter, they are saying that we MP do not listen to them, I'm trying to, because I receive about 100 phone a day. I listen to them, I talk to them, I do public rally. So when you say that they are saying we are not listening, I just want to know, I'm interested to know who are these voters that we don't listen, because we listen very careful. But it's true that we are free from corruption. That's very true. But you're listening. So I'm interested to know which kind of voters are these.
Because a number of questions are about methodology. Can you go to slide 4, which I jumped, in the interest of trying to save time. Now, seeing that it's coming back, to hit me. Are you there? Yeah, it's slide 4. Okay. That's the standard methodology used by, the methodology used by Afrobarometer in all the countries where it undertakes, the field work. It's a standard, methodology. But I think that it is perhaps the most rigorous, of any, survey organizations I am aware of. First, Afrobarometer has a national partner in each country. And in fact, I'm what is called a national investigator, in Zimbabwe, where the Mass Public Opinion Institute is the national partner for Afrobarometer. And we conduct not virtual interviews, but face-to-face physical interviews, and not in the language that is alien, or foreign to the respondent. It is in the respondent's own language. If the respondent wants to be interviewed in English, the interview will be conducted in English. But the instrument, the questionnaires, they are translated into the major vernacular languages in the country. So in Tanzania, it will be English, Swahili, and any other of the major languages that exist in Tanzania. So that the respondent understands what the question demands, what and how to respond to that question. So I think that is one of the virtues of the methodology, that it is not about using a language that the respondent is not comfortable with or does not understand. And the sample is nationally representative. It is in Zimbabwe, you would engage sampling specialists to come up with a national representative sample comprising only those who are 18 and above. Otherwise, those who have qualified to be voters. If the interviewer asks a respondent the question, how old are you? And says, I'm 17, the interview ends there. So it's only those who have reached adulthood, and certainly those who are aged 18 or above. And I would say all respondents, they are randomly selected at various levels, including at the household, household level. You don't get to a household and say, no, I want to interview so and so. You have to do, random selection within, within the household. So, there are various levels of randomness that are, rigorously, applied. And the sample is distributed, the sample is distributed across, regions, if there are regions, states, provinces, and urban, rural areas in proportion, and it is in proportion, to the share of, the area, in the national population. So in Zimbabwe, for instance, Harare has the largest, population. It is about, 19%. So 19% of the total sample will have to come from Harare. And the smaller, provinces like, Bulawayo, they also have a smaller, proportion in the national sample. And we make sure that every adult citizen, that is anyone above 18 or older, has an equal chance of being selected. And we are talking about a standard questionnaire which allows comparison. That's why we have been doing the comparisons across the continent and across the region, because it is one a similar one standard questionnaire that is used in all countries. And if it and the sample is scientifically, as I pointed out, is scientifically selected. And if you have a sample like 2,400, that's very large, in terms of statistics. In Zimbabwe, the applicable sample size is 1,200, but sometimes, we double that, in order to enhance, the validity and reliability, of the sample. So it's not, data that is manufactured in a lab, at Afrobarometer. It's actually, interviews going out there wherever the sample takes them. In Zimbabwe, we sometimes go to little islands, on Lake Kariba. You have to go there because that's where the sample says this person or this person should come from this area. So, of course, we encounter many problems, especially with the rough road, but sometimes you have to wait for, if it is raining heavily, you have to wait until the rain subsides in order to go to that particular enumeration area or field site. So, as to ensure that the validity and the reliability of the data, they are of very high standard. So I can't fault the methodology. We have to find fault elsewhere, rather than in the methodology. Thank you.
I'll take yours number one, number two, and
Chair, there were a few questions that are yet to be answered. I'm aware, for instance, the question on whether there's a standard definition for
oh
democracy.
yes, the standard definition of democracy.
Maybe we could exhaust the question from this round and then before we proceed.
Sure. Sorry.
Okay. I'm not quite sure whether the question on definition of democracy is directed at the study, or is directed at SADC.
Answer that can take that.
Yeah. But what I can say regarding that is, in the Afrobarometer questionnaire, the only word that is not translated is democracy. You have to ask as it is, as it is. Because everyone has a different, understanding of what democracy means. So you ask, to define them as he or she understands it, without translating. Because in the translation, you may give your own biases, about what democracy is or is not. So it's not the term democracy is not indigenized. To say the Shona meaning of democracy, but everyone, I think virtually everyone above 18 has some understanding, some view of what democracy means. So does that democracy exist as you interpret it, as you define it, in a particular country? I'm not aware, of a common definition of democracy that is used by either SADC or the AU. Then regarding there's a question on the youth. I think an earlier speaker, I think it was Mr. Malunga, who said the youth represent the game-changing generation. I agree, but I think what the youth do or cannot do depends a lot on the political economy of each country. In Zimbabwe, for instance, the youth, we do know that they are highly frustrated. They feel disempowered, and they are preoccupied not with politics, but with survival and the politics of the belly. And most of them, according to Afrobarometer, they are thinking of leaving. They don't invest in the future of their country. So engaging in politics is something that to them, does not pay. So their cost-benefit analysis that why bother go and register, to vote? In the 2 hours or 3 hours waiting time to register, you can, earn $2-3, selling some wares, because of the highly informalized economy in Zimbabwe. And I think in many other African countries, the informal sector is a large, sector, of the national economy. So it has implications on the political attitudes and on the political behavior, including, how they see, the trajectory of their country, and how they can, participate or abstain from participating in that, political economy. Yeah, well, I think one speaker said the presentation it present a stressful, result. I'm not an MP, so I can't comment, on that. But I did warn that some of the findings they are not, very, very favorable. I think that's, to me, that's about it.
The one question maybe I could attempt, Madam Apoka is in. I also know that the SG might be somewhere. Let me attempt to respond to, if there is anything I would have left out and you want to add, Mrs. Mgand, please do. Regarding the definition of democracy, whether there's a common definition in SADC, what you find, the principal instrument for SADC is the SADC Treaty, and particularly Article 5, which speaks about the objectives, and Article 21, which speaks to the areas of integration. The democracy is implied. So there is a lot of commitment around democracy, but less on the definition. So when you then find particularly on the principal protocol on politics, defense, and security cooperation, then the principles and guidelines governing democratic elections, they imply and even place obligations on member states on many things, including on democracy. But there isn't so much effort in terms of defining what that is. So it is implied, and the definition is more about the application in respect of the obligations that are placed on member states. I hope I've been helpful to your question, Honorable. I can also commit to sharing the principal instruments and to engage further bilaterally on the matter. But that's what I could say at this juncture. Thank you, Chair.
Great, thanks very much. I'll recognize the first three speakers that are already recognized, and then I'll take the next round of questions. So again, sorry, it was 1, 2, 3. Sorry, ma'am, you did want to ask a question, right? Yes, it was 1, 2, 3, yeah. No, so I said I'd come back to you. I knew you wanted to ask.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you to the honorable members. My name is Pamela Nikavaranda. I'm the M&E consultant for SADC. I'm here to learn as well, but I felt compelled to respond to what my honorable member asked on, especially to say that we are putting quite an effort towards relating with our people, with our citizens, and they feel they are doing it. So research results such as that, it actually discourages them. But I'm just trying to explain in the form of research, also to say it may be an outlier that one, I'm just giving it as an example, not to say that's practically what is happening. 1 or 2 MPs can be really putting their effort into it, but probably 98%, because this comes out of sampling. So it may seem like you feel like you are doing your effort, but yet the rest are not really doing, because this is a result out of sampling. So more of them will reflect that people are not satisfied because these are their perceptions out of who they've been researched on. So the more important we hear research like this and the credibility out of it, as well as they have explained their methodology, it is quite important for us as honorable members as well to embrace it and to do sort of a self-introspect and embrace the understanding that whatever we do in trying to bring out democracy in our country, the better we measure, the better we'll be able to manage it. Because I believe, I'm an M&E specialist, I believe in the fact that you can't actually manage what you don't measure. So you need to measure your effort. You need to measure what you are doing, your interventions towards bringing democracy into a country, rather than keeping on just doing and assuming that what an individual is doing is what will be perceived by all the citizens. So we would rather engage in continuous monitoring, continuous evaluations, continuous reflection of what we are doing against what people are really receiving towards our goal. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Ishmael Onani. I'm a member of Parliament from Malawi. My question is not really a substantive question. I just wanted to give a supplementary to the Prof. He had indicated that when they're doing the sampling, and if on the questionnaire, if one is asked, how old are you? And he's below 18, then automatically the interview ends there. I've got a concern, or rather I've got an observation to that. I just wanted to find out, when is Afrobarometer done? Because if you're asking, like, we know that most of our intervals are 5 years. So if you have had an election in 2020, you are having an assessment of Afrobarometer in 2022. I'm very sure someone who is 16 years old, by the next election of 2025, will be eligible to vote. And if you're not going to be able to take their opinion, then are we going to consider that? Because I'm very sure that with the kind of the baby boom we have in the Southern Africa, a lot of population, a good number of a percentage that are around 16 and 17, they should be able to vote in the next election. So I'm just not convinced there, Prof. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The presentation was a very good eye-opener, and for the region, for the African country. And I have very few questions. Some of my questions have already been answered. What has been the selection criteria for countries to be selected? Because when I look at the data, Seychelles being a member of the SADC, an African country, did not participate. That's one. And the other thing is that, has there been any other previous studies, baseline studies, similar baseline studies for comparisons purposes for the region or for the countries? And so that it will help to promote or to better understand the situations in future. At least we'll have a trend, whether it has sort of increased or decreased. And the other thing is that I would like to know is, in regards to the respondents, I've seen the sampling size and the methodology. I would like to know, would you have any comparison or any data whereby it's being done by age groups, the data collection, so that it's done by age groups, so that in future for specific strategic planning, because in relations to our sessions of this morning, the youth, the young people, they are very crucial into the parliamentary business, and how to attract them to join the political arena. So I think probably the age groups will help all the countries to better have strategic planning in the future. Thank you.
Chairperson.
Well, thank you for this question. Perhaps, starting at the last one, starting with the last question. Yeah, we don't have any age-targeted surveys. But the disaggregation of the data will lead you, to what you are talking about. So yes, we do disaggregate, and often it comes out that in the sample, if it is randomly done, if it is scientifically done, it will almost exactly reflect, what is in the national census. Then you disaggregate, but the disaggregation also depends, on the size of the the size of the sample. If the sample size, is too small, such that the subsample analysis becomes difficult. If the if in the subsample you have less than 100 cases, otherwise 100 respondents, then Afrobarometer protocol says you cannot proceed with subsample analysis. But that does not apply to the youth, because often up to more than 50%, or depending on the country, between 50 and 65%, in the sample are those below, between 18 and 35. But we don't, target the youth, in the sampling. It comes out of the disaggregation of the data. So you still get, to what you are talking about through the disaggregation of the data. Regarding comparative, comparative studies, well, there are comparative studies, but mostly at the national level, so that you can compare, the Afrobarometer, findings on Zimbabwe with other findings, from surveys done at the country level, but not at the continental level. I'm not aware of any, analogous, research, organization that covers, more than 2/3, of African countries. But most tend to say, well, Afrobarometer, it found out this and that about a particular country. Want to verify and undertakes a country level study. But beyond that, I think it becomes difficult because there is no such pan-African, survey organization, of the scale, of Afrobarometer. I don't know if I'm answering your question.
Yeah, I do understand. But I mean, for the first question, I'll still go back to the first question, the one that you answered. I presume the aggregation of the age group, probably it will be very essential for the SADC community, especially like you portrayed that in terms of corruption and probably entered the truth. Maybe it will be good to sort of disaggregate and then have the data being circulated. And you did not answer my first question about why the criteria for selection, why Seychelles did not participate, or thank you.
And the Afrobarometer, I think you are making a request that Afrobarometer, disaggregates, the data and analyzes, according, say, to age groups. I think that can be done. I will communicate that, to the Afrobarometer executive. They will be happy to do that, as long as we know, who we will be sending, the analysis to. Seychelles was, it may have been deliberately excluded, in the data, because there are some countries that have incomplete data sets. So you cannot include those, in the analysis. So even there are some, you would have found that in the presentation, some questions were not asked, of certain countries, or the survey was not done. In Zimbabwe, for instance, round 2, was not done, because of was not done in time, because of the circumstances, in the early 2000s, because of the issues of the land reform program. So the first round was done in 1999, but the second round could not be done until 2004, when normally the rounds there are, spaced 2 years. That's the normal, the standard, lapse between one round, and the next. So I will check, what happened with regard to Seychelles, but I do know that in some rounds, Seychelles was included. Okay.
All right. I must just say that President Ramkalawan is a very good friend of our committee, and we do appreciate him dearly here. So were you answered?
Chairperson, I haven't had my answer.
Okay. We concentrate, the minimum is 18 years for ethical reasons. Because in most countries, that's the age of majority. They can give consent or deny consent. Whereas those below 18, you need a guardian, the consent of the guardians. And generally, the protocol, it rejects, the inclusion of anyone below the constitutional age of, majority. And in most countries, I think it's 18. So it's not. There are ethical, issues, involved. I understand what you are talking about, but I think if the protocol says 18 and above, then it will need, to be revised, and there will have to be strong, reasons, for, reducing the minimum age, for inclusion in the sample, But so far, that has been, the minimum age since 1999 for reasons that I have tried to outline.
Is it a follow-up?
Yes, Chairperson.
Okay.
All right. In that case, do you have a mechanism that you really are to tell? Maybe I'll be 17, but because I know that if I say I'm 17, it's not going to be accepted when I say I'm 18. Before the interview, do you have to check their IDs, or you just ask randomly?
Well, we don't ask for IDs. I think that may be, an intrusion into the private one. We trust that the respondent, will answer the question, truthfully. There are those who may say, well, I'm not quite sure whether I've hit 18, or not. But in those circumstances, the interview will be aborted if there is no guarantee that the person is definitely 18 or says he or she is 18.
Thanks very much. You'll be number one, you'll be number two, and you'll be number three.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Chair, my name is Charlie Raymond from Tanzania. I just want to comment something and maybe ask a few questions. But before I proceed, I thank the research people who did very well, and I've learned a lot from them, the Afrobarometers. My question is about the listening chart. I think all of us here, if I'm not wrong, we are not listening to our voters, because when anything above 50, then you are not doing well. And none of us were below 50. They were all who are not listening, 85, 75%, and so forth. If I may ask the researcher, what type of listening, what does that listening to a politician mean? Picking a phone or responding to your manifesto? Because when we are going to ask for votes, we go with our manifesto. We said we are going to do this, this, and that. And then they check us, or they weigh what we've done. Now, when you say listening, and then we all score very bad, I don't understand. When we come to findings in research, were you only looking of those MPs who can embrace their people, hug them, invite them in their homes, eat with them? Or were you looking at MPs who were responding as per their manifesto on health issues, infrastructure, education, water? Because I was trying to think outside the box. And I even thought of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. What does a human being require to be attended to? Food, shelter, mention the 5 Maslow what needs, clothing, sleep. The rest, of course, they are nature given, like air and so forth. And then I was also thinking loud, the time of this research, if it was only listening to this or the type of our people, they don't even have these smartphones, and none of them can afford calling. We go there, we hold meetings. I'm not only talking of my country. Did I mention that I'm from Tanzania? I'm from Tanzania. And I listen to the other answers. I highly appreciate it. So I would just like to get explanation, or maybe to think outside the box. What listening is required from a politician, especially a member of our parliament, who is aspiring to come back again? If we'll say we don't listen, do you think any one of us is coming back? May I present my case?
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Leonard Marwanda, Member of Parliament from Malawi. I want to take on the presenter, actually he has left, Mr. Malunga. SADC was formed in 1992 with one of the principal objectives is to promote self-sustaining development on the basis of collective self-reliance and the interdependence of member states. Now, my question is SADC independent today? Because when you look at SADC today, most of its activities are being funded by donors or other partners, which, as the presenter put it, that most of issues we are suffering today, mentioning of Ukraine that is affecting us, it is because of the same partners who are supporting us, who are not letting us free to do our activities as we want. He mentioned of extracts, which they have extracted a lot of minerals from Africa, but Africa is still poor. We go to DRC, it is the same story. Now, my question is SADC independent, or when is SADC going to be independent? Thank you.
My name is Honorable Tumba from the DRC. First of all, I need to thank the presenter for the subject, because we're talking about democracy. And also, I'm so happy about one of my colleagues who have mentioned my country, DRC. My question is about the SADC. And I understand that we're talking about democracy inside the countries. And my question will be democracy outside the countries. The question is, what would be the SADC position when one country, neighbor, right, can invade another country by committing crimes, mass murder? What would be, or maybe what are you going to suggest to the SADC? Would you try to put that question as SADC member? They need to be aware about that. I need to be very specific. When I say neighbor country, we have Rwanda. Everybody, they're aware about what happened in my country in terms of Rwanda, invaded Congo, and they committed murder. mass murder, killing a people. I need now to know the position of SADC. How can you put the subject in democracy? Do you think that democracy? Do you think that Rwanda respect democracy, or maybe Rwanda respect Congo? We have the same situation in Mozambique, actually. I need now to point it out in order to find out what will be done. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much. Before I get the professor to answer those questions, unfortunately, I've just been handed a note that lunch is going to be served now. So I'm going to allow the professor to respond, but I won't be able to take any further questions on this. But I will encourage you to please, during the lunch break, to please carry on your engagement with the professor. So I'm just going to ask the professor to wrap up with answering those questions, and then we'll break for lunch. Thank you.
Thank you. If I understood the three questions well, the last two were really not about the presentation.
I did say so, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I did say so.
They are in fact for the honorable members gathered here. But what is, her question, yes, it's relevant but difficult, because there are different understandings of what an MP should do or not do. To the villager, an MP should be there for them to deal with their problems, whether as defined in whatever the job description that you have as an MP or not. They are not interested in those job descriptions. And what, in my other research, what I found out, at least in Zimbabwe, is that those MPs that do not reside in their constituencies, they are judged to be delinquent. There are several MPs. One of, I can't mention names. She never speaks in parliament, but she's always present in the constituencies, and she's always voted again and again. So I think presence in the constituency is perhaps a key variable, a key factor. But sometimes the MPs are not, they cannot always be present in the constituency because they have to what do you call hustle? They hustle, in town, in the urban areas because their salaries, may not be, adequate, take care of their, welfare. So they are not. But there are some who are virtually absent. They are voted in today, and then you will find them in, they will be back after 5 years when they seek a re-election. So that is a problem, in many countries. Certainly in Zimbabwe, there are absent, the case of absent MPs, who come back only when they want to be re-elected. So I think the residential status, of the MP is a key variable in determining, at least to the voter, whether this person, is a listening, MP, or not. And also, attending, communal, funerals, very important. I know in many, in many villages where I come from, where when there is a funeral, the MP is given time, to speak, and they always make sure that there is a slot for MP. When the MC announced that this time is for the member of parliament to speak on this, and the member of parliament is not there, and then the councillor is there and speaks on, or sometimes they, it will be the shadow MP, that is the opposition. He steps up and say, "I'm here," So they are very important, dimensions, to the definition of listening or not listening on the part of the voters. Things that may not be defined, in any convention or in any document, but things that affect their lives, on a day-to-day basis.
Mr. Grosha.
Thank you very much, Chair. You can tell that honorable members' interest has been provoked and they want to engage more and more. It also confirms that this was relevant. And I, through you, Chair, may take this opportunity to inform the honorable members that we are also in the process of engaging with Afrobarometer in terms of formalize a relationship where we are able to gate this current data they get through surveys, but also be able to get the data they get even to be further disaggregated to inform peculiar issues that parliaments require. Honorable Bistok mentioned earlier that she would have wanted more information, for instance, on youth. That may be possible in the future, depending on the nature of the relationship we are going to go into with Afrobarometer. That's why we are glad that they honored the invitation to come and present, and would want them to be a common feature where we constantly are able to be shown our blind and spots, because often when you are moving and you forget to look in your rear view mirror, there's certain things that you are not going to be able to see. Danger does not just come through the windscreen. Sometimes it approaches from the back. And it's common that when you are in a certain place, there are certain things that you are not going to give attention or emphasis. And therefore, such research helps us to also get fresher perspectives and to relook at things in a different perspective. On that note, we break for lunch, and because we have overrun our time a bit, I would plead that we come back at 20 minutes to, so it's 20 minutes to 2 right now. At 3:30, can we be, yeah? Can we be back by 2:30 so that we are able to, 2:30, so that we are able to make up time and proceed to the next activity. Otherwise, enjoy your lunch. Honorable members, it has really been enjoyable listening to you, and let's continue in that spirit. Asante sana. But yeah, we're going to be able to share, honorable members, thank you for that reminder. The speeches, the presentations, all of them, you are going to receive them through email. Paulina is already compiling all that and will be able to share. Honorable members, let's resume our seats.
Okay, I think we're ready to start. We did say we'd start at past, so we're going to start now. Hopefully everyone else will make it. I know we're entering the graveyard shift where most people have eaten lunch, so it's a bit heavy on the stomach and heavy on the eyes. But I think we're in for a very interesting theme now. This is where we look at the stakeholders working in collaboration and partnership with parliaments and to achieve accountability and democratic drive and human rights protection. And this is building on from the theme before that. And so I think we can channel all that surprise and all that, dare I say anger, but I think surprise into constructive ways forward to take that information that we got and to see how we can move it forward with public-private partnerships. So I'm proud to say that we've got three great speakers with us here today. They're each going to come and make a presentation. After their presentations, again like last time, we'll take input from the floor. The first one is the collaboration in strengthening democratic accountability in the SADC region. the lessons from the domestication of the SADC protocol against corruption. And I'd like to call on Mr. Musopole, who's the Anti-Corruption Enforcement Officer for the SADC organ on politics, defense, and security affairs from the SADC Secretariat. Thank you very much.
I'm finding it a little bit strange because I prefer to present while standing, but I have to talk through the mic. Unfortunately, no, it's still fine. It's still fine. Good afternoon. Oh, it's a graveyard shift. Eh? Unfortunately, I don't have quotes or jokes like Kurasha. But I would like to allay also your fears that my presentation will not carry any controversies or surprises. It's a straightforward presentation. I think the introductions have already been made of who I am and who am I and where I'm coming from. The mandate that I was given was to share lessons from domestication of the SADC protocol against corruption, and I felt maybe that topic was too big because the SADC and corruption program, so to speak, is fairly new. SADC, maybe you might be interested to know that it was the first to develop an instrument. Even it came earlier than the United Nations Convention Against Corruption. But sadly, I think we felt behind because it was not until around 2015, 2016 that meaningful progress started being made to look at the protocol and to ensure that it is implemented. So what I will mostly share are lessons so far that we have learned, observations from tracking the implementation of the protocol, but also its domestication. And I'm careful to use the word domestication here because domestication means taking a treaty or an agreement and making it legal within your country. Of course, that is an aspect to do with accession of the protocol. Yes, I'll mention on that, but domestication, I'll largely look at it from aligning member states' legislation, institutional frameworks to the principles and to the standards that have been established by the protocol itself. And I'll just present some of the lessons in summary, some of the observations from the little that we have done within the few years that this program has been in existence, but also I'll discuss some of them in detail, but also reflect on what role can Parliament play in helping member states to ensure that domestication happens. So I'll forgive you because I've already seen some dozing off. It's already been mentioned that this is a graveyard session, so it's okay. I will take it that you're thinking very hard. So, so I think that's the outline of my presentation. But to begin with, I think this statement has also been emphasized earlier on that strengthening of democratic accountability is critical to addressing corruption. I don't know which is which. Do you address corruption first? And then that leads to democratic accountability. But my view is that as you strengthen democratic accountability, then eventually you are also directly and indirectly addressing corruption. And this is mainly through legislative action, whether it is an enactment of legislation, but not just enactment, but also enforcement of the legislation, but also more importantly, strengthening oversight institutional frameworks like parliament, parliamentary committees, but also state institutions that are tasked with the responsibilities to ensure that those that hold office are held to account for how they use their offices. In the preamble of the SADC Protocol Against Corruption, corruption has also been acknowledged as a problem that undermines good governance, which includes principles of accountability and transparency. So as way back as 2001, when this protocol was being adopted, corruption was acknowledged as something that undermines good governance, and therefore the need to strengthen democratic accountability. So protocols like the Protocol Against Corruption, basically their task is simply to provide standards which act as a basis for member states to align domestic legislative and institutional frameworks to ensure that they satisfy the principles and standards that are laid out in these instruments. And as they do that, they're also strengthening the democratic accountability processes, but also positioning themselves to effectively addressing corruption. And parliaments, I think from my own layman point of view, they are called lawmakers, and therefore they are critical in that process. And it's important, and I'll emphasize as I come to the end of this presentation, that it's important for Parliament to also familiarize themselves with what are the standards that have been set in these protocols, especially the Protocol Against Corruption, and to what extent their respective member states aligned to those standards. But I'll make mention of some of the challenges that are there that perhaps make Parliament maybe play a lesser role, even sometimes not even a role at all in ensuring that the process of monitoring domestication starts at the domestic level before it cascades to the regional level. So briefly, in terms of the key milestones around the Protocol Against Corruption, is that it was adopted in 2001, came into force in 2005. Currently, it has 15 out of 16 member states in SADC are state parties. The latest to accede to the protocol were Madagascar in November 2021, and the Republic of Seychelles in May 2022. So it jumped from 13 to 15. So currently we only have one SADC member state who is not a signatory to the protocol. So that is impressive, but that is one part. The other part is to what extent have they domesticated it? So I think that's briefly the issues that the protocol address. I'll come again, of course, the next slide on objectives that unlike maybe, of course, I know the United Nations Convention Against Corruption also plays that role, but this protocol is twofold. It is not just focused on ensuring that domestic legislative and institutional frameworks align to the standards that are espoused in the protocol, but it is also supposed to strengthen regional cooperation among its member states. So that's why I think the implementation of it is slightly different, because apart from simply the issue of domesticating, we're also looking at using it as an instrument in which member states can cooperate on a range of issues, not just investigations, but on a whole lot of other issues that will strengthen the efforts to ensure that corruption is eradicated in both the public and private sectors. Briefly, as a part of the background, the implementation arrangements in Article 11 are that there is a committee that has been established that comprises of all the member states. And this committee was established in 2015 following the amendment that was done to the protocol to establish, and I'll just highlight there the Article 2, Article 3, which talks about a committee contrasting of state parties, which is called the SADC Anti-Corruption Committee, but also this committee to report to the Ministerial Committee of the organ. Of course, the protocol mentions of Council of Ministers, but that was amended, and the committee reports to the Ministerial Committee of the organ, and its responsibility includes gathering of information, organizing, training, evaluating programs. I think most importantly is to report on a regular basis on the progress made by each state part in complying with the provisions of the protocol. The issues of domestications also come in there. So the responsibility to ensure that the protocol is being domesticated, but also cooperation is being strengthened is within the mandate of this particular committee. But also just to mention that the protocol, as well as the whole program of anti-corruption, so to speak, within SADC is not an isolated one, but it is a program that is tied into the overall objective and vision of SADC. Currently, SADC has a vision 2050, and within this vision of 2050, it develops what are called regional indicative strategic development plans. Currently, the one which is in force is the 2020 to 2030, and within that regional indicative strategic development plan, there are pillars, and the three core pillars, but most importantly, there is the foundation pillar of peace, security, and good governance. So corruption is a good governance issue, and the peace, security, and good governance are at the heart, at the foundation of the vision that SADC seeks to achieve of regional integration, but also ensuring that there is a peace and secure region. Within that foundation pillar, they fall under outcome 2 of consolidated democracy and inclusive governance, amongst which the key interventions is to enhance and development of frameworks on the prevention and detection of corruption. So I just wanted to give you that background, that when we're talking about the protocol against corruption and whatever programs that have been developed to operationalize the protocol, they are actually built in within the foundation pillar of SADC vision, and with specific outcomes that intend to consolidate democracy and good inclusive governance in the region. So in operationalizing the protocol, of course, we have the Strategic Anti-Corruption Action Plan 2018-2022, which soon is going to be succeeded by another one which has been developed for 2023 to 2027. So this is the main framework within which issues of domestication, of monitoring compliance as stated in the protocol are being addressed. Now, coming to the progress in domestication, the protocol itself does not prescribe a mechanism. I know other protocols, of course, it's an administrative issue that is handled outside the protocol, but within the SADC Strategic and Corruption Action Plan, both the 2018 to 2022 and the one which is succeeding it, 2023 to 2027, there are a number of prescribed activities in those two documents that are meant to ensure that there is monitoring, there is an assessment of compliance with the protocol. So I think one of the challenges that was faced is that we already have the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, which has got a comprehensive mechanism through which domestication is monitored. And all the member states of SADC are party to the UN Convention. But all member states also are party to the African Union Convention on the prevention and combating of corruption. And they also have got their own framework. So in terms of the protocol, there's a slightly different approach that is being taken to ensure that the compliance with the protocol is being achieved by member states. And these are going to be housed within the Regional Anti-Corruption Monitoring and Evaluation Framework, which has already been developed. And this particular framework constitutes basically three elements. The monitoring and evaluation of regional programs. I already mentioned that one of the objectives of the protocol is to ensure that there is strengthened cooperation, and the strengthened cooperation within the Strategic and Corruption Action Plan that I highlighted requires a number of projects, a number of interventions that are being implemented that are meant to ensure that there is strengthened cooperation between member states. So there is the monitoring that is done at that level of the regional program, but there is also an annual program, annual monitoring, which is involving member states reporting on certain indicators that eventually can track progress over time. But also more importantly, there are now certain specific activities, specific interventions that also come in. So it's a number of layers because the issues that are being tackled are slightly different. The level, the depth to which each of these elements goes is slightly different, but eventually they, in the end, create a more comprehensive picture that can be used to be able to answer the question, is there compliance with the protocol or there is no compliance with the protocol? So as we speak, we are at the second layer, but I'll in the next slides highlight some of the specific interventions that have been done that have also helped in terms of assessing the picture in terms of compliance with the protocol. So within the third element, there is an index that is being developed, and I'll just briefly touch on it as we go along. But also there are other activities such as periodic regional assessments, but also assessments of national anti-corruption strategies to measure their alignment with the protocol, but also the strategic plan itself. So I think I'll center much on what we have learned based on the regional anti-corruption assessment that was done 2 years ago. This was undertaken to just get some baseline information on what is being undertaken by SADC member states in addressing 7 areas which were highlighted. And you see that the areas such as illicit financial flows, systems of government's hiring and procurement, and then government revenue control systems, whistleblowing mechanisms, money laundering, trafficking in person, and asset recovery. You see that some of those I've highlighted in red. Those are aspects that are actually covered within the protocol, but the other aspects are issues that have emerged well after the protocol was developed, and I'll touch on that as well as we go along. But there were also other additional areas that ended up being looked at, such as looking at the national anti-corruption strategies. And then also there is an element, there's one element on enhancing judicial cooperation, which though it's not highlighted in red, it is also one of the articles within the SADC protocol, enhancing judicial cooperation and legal assistance. So much as the inclusion of issues of illicit financial flows and anti-money laundering efforts are not an explicit part of the current protocol. The current protocol also in its preamble states that it is aware of the relationship, of the interrelationship between corruption and other criminal activities, because when it comes to issues of illicit financial flows, issues of money laundering, issues of trafficking in persons, for instance, corruption is an enabler, because these are also part of what are called transnational organized crimes. So at the point when this assessment was being undertaken, was being mandated to be undertaken, they were included because these are now the central issues as we speak when it comes to developing capacity of anti-corruption agencies, because corruption has become an enabler of illicit financial flows, even trafficking in persons, plus other transnational organized crime, as well as money laundering. So the key focus area of the assessment that was done was to look at the current state of the legal and institutional frameworks in the member states, but also to look at the recently completed and planned, as well as ongoing efforts in terms of review of legislation and strengthening of institutional frameworks in the 7 areas that I mentioned, but also the progress and successes, as well as the challenges member states were facing, plus other complementary efforts that member states were taking in order to address, to also strengthen international cooperation. So I'll discuss some of the key observations. Some of them are lessons, some are simply observations that were made. Of course, the first observation was that the regional and corruption assessment provided the baseline information that gave us a picture in terms of, is there effort on the ground that is pointing to the fact that there is effort to domesticate the protocol at member state level. However, it was limited in terms of scope, and it focused very much on assessing the efforts being undertaken, but also which were measured as an extent to which the protocol is being implemented. However, from the results that the assessment itself found, it found a mixed picture. But though I should also be quick to say the assessment was not meant to be a comparative analysis of member states, but because these member states had submitted information that was on the same issues that they were asked for, you were able to see how much progress one member state had made compared to the other, much as the report itself did not draw comparisons, but there was a mixed picture overall. There were variations in terms of strengths of legislation and institution at member states, and these institutions are particularly institutions that are in the forefront of fighting corruption and related crimes. The anti-corruption agencies, anti-money laundering authorities, plus other institutions that are emerging, that are addressing even public procurement agencies, because we know that, as I will mention later on, procurement is a significant area where a lot of corruption is happening. So it also interrogated in terms of what legislation is there and to what extent is this legislation robust enough, apart from being complemented by the anti-corruption legislation, but there are other issues which we know that procurement legislation has to deal with, issues of beneficial ownership, issues of, including even issues of conflicts of interest, which normally are a source of corruption that happens in relation to procurement. So there were variations. There were some member states that have progressed more in terms of the 7 areas that I mentioned about. There are some that are still lagging behind. But there was overall slow progress in critical areas. For example, issues of protection of whistleblowers. And we know that whistleblowers are very critical to the issue of the fight against corruption, but also the promotion of democratic accountability, because they provide information that law enforcement agencies can follow up but they're also critical to providing even more information at the stage of what? At the stage of investigations. We only found at that stage that there were only 3 member states that were in the process or had completed the development of standalone legislation relating to whistleblowers. So procurement also was an area which was found to be lacking comprehensive legislation, and most of the member states still had not addressed the critical issues. Either they had provisions, but the provisions were weak, especially provisions to do with conflicts of interest. And then also, there was also found that there were gaps in the anti-corruption regulatory frameworks in the areas of government hiring and public procurement. Of course, there was also confusion because the protocol itself mentions of government hiring. Some member states, of course, understood it as hiring as part of procurement. Some of them interpreted it as hiring as in recruitment. Of course, most of the member states commented on what legislation they have that addresses issues of corruption when it comes to recruitment. And that was found to be having a lot of gaps, and there's been very less effort. And also looking at the fact that government is the biggest employer in most of our member states. I think earlier on, Mr. Malunga mentioned that, because our economies are commodity driven, they don't employ a lot. So there is a lot of reliance on the public sector as a biggest employer. But the framework, the regulatory framework around hiring, around public procurement has a lot of gaps, and that has given rise to issues of procurement, corruption, but also even in terms of government hiring. If we talk about recruitment, there's a lot of nepotism, cronyism that has crept into the system. But also there is a lot of reliance, of course, on soft law. That was a finding, but let me jump to the next one, which talked about lack of the strong interlinkages between revenue collection. And I think even in this period of time when most economies are struggling, they're relying on collecting whatever they can collect in order to what? To sustain government operations. But one of the biggest challenges to revenue collection is illicit financial flows. And those were also found that despite that strong linkage and the fact that most member states are losing revenue through illicit financial flows, there is currently weak linkages between the agencies, especially those that are established to fight corruption and illicit financial flows, and revenue collection bodies. So I think that was one of the key observations that was made. Of course, again, there was lack of strong domestic and corruption response to the revenue collection, which I was just alluding to. But also, at a regional level, it was found that there is need to comprehensively analyze, identify areas of government revenue collection and control systems that are at high risk of corruption. There's a lot of strengthening of revenue collection that is happening, but there is less involvement in terms of addressing the corruption aspect of it at both domestic level, but also at regional level. That was one of the observations that came out. But also the fact that the protocol does not cover illicit financial flows, because this is a term that has gained a lot of currency well after the protocol itself was adopted. And we know that it is after the Mbeki report that was produced, that is when it has gained even more currency. However, I mentioned earlier on that the protocol itself acknowledges that corruption is an enabler of so many other criminal activities, and illicit financial flows is one of them. Of course, it observed that there is a lot of progress in terms of the area of asset recovery, thanks in part to the progress that is being made in strengthening anti-money laundering frameworks in most countries, because there is a strong global framework around issues of money laundering post the 9/11 terrorism incidences that gave impetus to strengthening banking system and other systems that can be exploited and the money laundered and support criminal and terrorist activities. So there is a lot of progress there, but there is still a whole lot of work that still needs to be done. So overall, there is a lot that still needs to be done, much as there is progress, but also a few observations that I can also share is that perhaps a lot of domestication of the protocol may have suffered because of a lack of a robust regional coordination mechanism between 2005 and 2015. And as I've already said, it's been set up, but the instruments are still being rolled out. Currently, of course, we are now trying to roll up the annual reporting by member states on selected indicators, there are 17 of them, but also we're in the process of rolling out the index, which I'll briefly touch on as I end this presentation. But there was also a lack of the effective monitoring, the one which I'm saying there was no framework of tools that that was prescribed to be used in order to gauge the domestication, the progress towards compliance. But also there were no strategic priorities at the regional and member state level because there's a lot of principles within the protocol. But let's face it, not all of them can be implemented at once. So there was no process that prioritized. So the strategic anti-corruption action plan is an attempt to try to prioritize and say, okay, this is how the areas that we need to focus on. But also the ownership of the process, especially at the member state level. Domestication in most instances is seen as maybe only when an assessment is being made. But I think that is also where the role of Parliament comes in crucial, because some parliaments are involved in the accession to these protocols, but some are not still involved in accession to these protocols. So in the end, how far do Parliament become aware of these instruments that their respective governments are signing up to, and what obligations they place on governments, and how effective is the monitoring at the domestic level? Because that is where the ownership starts. But if it is continually going to be looked at as something that we come periodically to look at, we're not creating the traction that leads from acceding to effort being made at the member state level to ensure that the relevant legislation is being looked at to ensure that we come into compliance with the standards which the protocol has actually stipulated. And one way is when things are prioritized at the regional level and then cascade down to the member state level. But what is more important is the role of Parliament, because whatever changes to the legislation or the enactment of new legislation that has to be done, it has to go through parliaments. So I think the issue of political will, which was next, is also something that is very crucial. It's a critical ingredient. But also let me mention on the positive side that quite a number of the changes that were found to have been made by member states have been from benefits of synergies between the various instruments, because I've already said member states of SADC are not just party to the protocol, they are party to the African Union protocol, they are party to the United Nations Convention. So these protocols and instruments are all trying to achieve the same objective. And that is what also calls for more coordinated efforts between these various players. And that's why one of the focus areas of the new strategic and corruption action plan is to strengthen collaboration between SADC, AU, and the UN to ensure that there isn't a competition of interest, because that results in us, the processes at member states being onerous, because they have to report to the UN, they have to report to the African Union, they have to report to SADC, and each one of them is demanding different things, and yet the instruments are sharing the objectives. So there is also the need for coordination. But I think what is also more important that is underdeveloped is the linkages with Parliament. because that is what is the missing piece in all this. What role can parliaments play in ensuring that they also at the member state level are pushing to ensure that those standards are being what? And parliaments are important. I think there are parliamentarians from Malawi here. They just passed a legislation that have repealed the requirement for the Anti-Corruption Agency to seek consent from the Director of Public Prosecution, which in their view was slowing down the prosecution of what? Those that have been found to be corrupt. I think it's just one of the demonstration of the role that if Parliament is adequately sensitized, the kind of role they can play in terms of ensuring that domestication is effective. So I think even in preparing this presentation, what significantly dawned on me is the linkages between the SADC and Corruption Subcommittee and the SADC Parliamentary Forum in terms of can we leverage the authority and role that the parliaments have in terms of enhancing domestication of the protocol itself, because the accession is one, but the domestication is another thing. So of course the resources are always a challenge, but also it's the cross-cutting nature of corruption, because you see I've mentioned illicit financial flows, human trafficking, money laundering. These are just some. There is also wildlife crime, which is another serious transnational organized crime, which is enabled by corruption. So some of these standards that have been spelled out in the protocol do not just require the amendment or enactment of anti-corruption laws. Nowadays, when we talk about anti-corruption laws, we are not just mentioning the law that creates the agency that fights corruption and gives it powers. We are mentioning of even Public Finance Management Act. We're even mentioning Public Procurement Act. So it's become cross-cutting. But now when you find that the responsibility for domestication rests in one agency, it becomes a challenge. So there is also need for, at a domestic level, to strengthen interagency cooperation to ensure that certain key principles that are critical to ensuring that we advance democratic accountability and fight corruption are enacted and are enforced. But also, of course, obviously, there is low levels of awareness of stakeholders like parliaments, but also low capacity levels, especially in anti-corruption agencies, especially with these new emerging crimes of the emerging phenomena of illicit financial flows and others. Now, as I come to the end of this presentation, I'll just highlight in terms of where the tracking of the protocol implementation and domestication is going. I've already mentioned that there is an index that is being developed that is looking at measuring corruption from the effort side and not necessarily the perception side, because the perception has always been controversial, but it is still a measure. But also we have to measure, and in the process of measuring the effort, we can also see to what extent is that effort making countries align with the what? With the protocol. But the significance of this new index is that it intends to integrate stakeholders in the process of measuring. So it is currently the proposed areas of measure are 15 of them, and they are listed. They include public procurement, the role of civil society and the media, and various other things. But the intention is the measuring itself has to integrate stakeholders. And you can see that this is partially emerging from the assessment that was done. Those 7 areas, they are also implied in the same, but eventually it is looking also partly at efforts member states are making to fight corruption, but most importantly, to align with the standards that are spelled out in the protocol. So in conclusion, I would mention that there is still a lot of work that needs to be done to ascertain the extent of domestication. But the most important thing is that domestication will require a robust mechanism at the regional level to coordinate the implementation, but also ownership at the domestic level, political will and resources, but also collaboration between stakeholders at regional level. I mentioned us, African Union and the United Nations, especially Office on Drugs and Crime, whom we are already in discussion to develop a new framework of cooperation when the current one expires, but we are also already in discussion with the African Union. They have developed a regional engagement mechanism. So those, I think, are important to securing domestication of these instruments. But also the need for strong collaboration, which I've already mentioned, between SADC Secretariat and the Parliamentary Forum is very critical to see how best we can synergize to ensure that we are advancing the domestication of the key critical issues that needs to be domesticated from the protocol. So at that point, I hope I'm still with at least 60% or 50% of you. So thank you so much. Messi, obrigado.
Thank you very much.
Asante. Obrigado, asante.
I must say that's a very, very interesting talk, and I think it's important that us as this committee specifically, we take heed of that, the fact that we need to find our tools for oversight. We need to find our voice, and we need to find how we can work with the directorate and how we can strengthen our own oversight. I must just say that, I mean, for one, I think us as a committee need to find an alternative to sanctions. I don't believe that sanctions work. I don't think that it's a correct form of punishment. I think it's not fair to the people of a country. And I think, I'm not discussing any country here, but I do believe that where countries are trying to hurt leaders or punish leaders, I do believe that we as a forum need to work on a better way, to find a fairer way that those countries rather target people and not the whole people, not generally all the people. And if SADC could lead the way on that, we would really come out of here with a huge, huge victory. But let me not start another discussion. Let me go on to our next interesting speaker, who is actually the CEO of the SADC Lawyers Association, Mr. Nyamanindi. I have the pleasure of calling you to the floor, sir.
Yeah, quite correct. It's Nyamanindi. So it's a legendary. The legend is that my great-great-great-grandfather was a hunter, you know, but he was not someone who would just get up for no reason. He might spend the whole day sleeping. The whole village is trying to catch something, trying to hunt, and nothing comes up. And eventually he wakes up, he walks a few yards into the bush, and he comes up with a big piece of an animal. So what he would do is he would just cut one huge chunk for himself and give the rest of the meat to the village. That's how he became Nyamanindi. So it literally means a piece of meat, a big one, if you like. So there you go. Another lesson while we are at it. Now this is, like they say, the graveyard shift. And if this was one of our normal meetings with CSOs, maybe I would stand in front and ask us to cut a proverbial watermelon as an exercise to get us to wake up. But, well, you are honorables, and I'm quite keenly aware of the quasi-judicial nature of Parliament, and being an officer of the court, an advocate myself, I don't think that I want to be in contempt. So I will proceed to my presentation. I'm just encouraged by the fact that once Professor Masunungure mentioned that a survey says parliamentarians don't listen. They heard it and they challenged that soon after the presentation. So it's proof that they do listen. Maybe if they look like they're not listening, it's also proof that they can multitask. So I'll take it that you are multitasking if you are not looking this side. But essentially, all our discussions are gravitating towards one outcome. And this is what shows that there is consensus and that the agenda that we have gathered for is something that we are finding solutions towards and sort of trying to move towards getting a solution for the challenges that we are looking at. I liked what was said in the morning during the keynote speech about the fact that we inherited governments. We probably did not inherit systems of democracy. Those who claim to have democracy, America, so forth, have been 200 years plus at the exercise. And none of us can attest to the fact that they've achieved a correct mix, a correct definition of democracy, of rule of law. So indeed, we must forgive ourselves. And the idea is that those in government, those in parliament, must look at this as a novel role to transform government, to transform the role of the law. To what? To something that serves the majority of the African people. I really liked that. So the exercise of parliament's powers and functions in a way must ensure human rights are respected and protected and fulfilled at the national level. The aspect of defining democracy and rule of law is very interesting, and I think everyone has desisted from concluding that there is a definition of democracy because it is an evolving aspect. If you have a chance to look at the history of the development of law in the development of countries and achievement of sustainable democracy, you will find that at first there was a narrow definition of rule of law. There was a narrow definition of democracy. Eventually, it was realized that each country, each context has got its own uniqueness. And so what is rule of law, what is democracy, must certainly be nuanced, and it must be graduated towards that particular circumstance. So we are here in Africa. Let's close our eyes and minds to whatever is out there and think about that lady, that woman, that child from the village and say, what do they need? It is the means that we use to get there. It is the outcomes that we get from it. When you read scholarly articles like Amartya Sen, that defines development in democracy. So do we have education? Someone was talking about the stomach politics. Is there food on the table? Is there clean water? Transport systems? Can people get safe, satisfying work and jobs? This precisely to me becomes rule of law. This precisely becomes to me democracy. But again, it is an abstract concept. Now, when we look at the role of parliament, like Mr. Kurasha mentioned, I've had the privilege of working closely with a team that has been looking at guidelines and principles for human rights implementation by parliaments. And so you will benefit from this, but more importantly, you will get a very well-researched paper, which you can go through, which you should go through, and I will outline some of the issues that come up. So definitely the issue of government monitoring and oversight is central to the theme of this workshop. Human rights compliant budgeting. Someone mentioned the issues of official beneficial disclosure in the anti-corruption presentation. Platforms like the Open Government Platform are some of those platforms, honorables, that you can embrace to work with in order to make sure that your processes and your legal outcomes of legislation are compliant with human rights. So we're talking about ensuring compatible legislation. One thing that I realized is we have got so many legislative processes, but a lot of the laws that come out sometimes are blind to gender mainstreaming. And when you look at them with the lens of gender mainstreaming, it becomes very easy. And you might realize that there are many opportunities that we miss to actually genderize our laws. So we can look at the existing laws, but we must also look at the process of lawmaking to say, is there a stage at which the lens of gender equality is applied? Not only do we look at coming up with human rights responsive laws, but it's your duty, honorables, to repeal those laws that are unresponsive and that are gender insensitive. Supporting the human rights framework, coming up with engagement platforms with non-state actors, non-governmental organizations, civil society organizations, national human rights organizations is very critical. I think a study was looked at all the treaty bodies of the UN and looking at those very, very robust covenants. Their implementation was seen to be more in areas where there was more interaction and engagement with civic society and with public fora. And this is not an error. I think it's something that results in buy-in of the laws, in implementation of the laws, but capacitation of those people who the laws are meant to protect, to demand those rights and utilize those rights. Now we'll look at some of the institutions and processes as we go, but we have them in the African system. We have them at the global level. So coming up with national human rights action plans, I think this is something that is very much within your constituency. At international level, monitoring the implementation of regional and international standards, following up on recommendations from regional and international bodies. If you look closely at the manual that will be sent to you that we came up with, there are sources of these from the UN website, from the AUP website, and the African Commission, where all these reporting processes are happening. Some lists of issues do come up after each session. You need to be able to access those because they condense in very summary platforms or in very summary terms what you need to know about the challenges in implementing the human rights norms at international and regional level. Now, engaging with regional, international parliamentary assemblies, alignment of REC and AU strategies is very critical. I think we have found that there are quite a lot of good instruments at AU level. You go to the East African Secretariat, there are so many good human rights instruments. You come to SADC, there are so many good instruments. But when it comes to alignment of enforcement, domestication, implementation, consistency and correctness of interpretation and implementation at sub-national level becomes a challenge simply because AU is speaking with one voice. REC is speaking with one voice. The national government is speaking with another. And we need a mutually reinforcing strategy. Even our judicial structures, even our parliamentary structures can form these alliances. Now, certain guidelines exist for Parliament in promoting and protecting human rights. Some of these include ensuring the representative nature of parliaments. I think we spoke of the parliamentary system that you have in your country. Think about it. Parliament is actually a human rights defense institution, probably the first one, because it makes the laws. And by the time the laws fail the test of human rights responsiveness, it emanates from there. I can even go on further and let you know, honorables, that you have a lot of power, especially over the other arms of government. There's a constituency of enforcing what we call socio-economic rights, where when you come up with policies, when you come up with laws, even the courts do not have the capacity to analyze the complexity of resource allocation towards health, towards education, and they do what we call judicial deference. They actually let you be able to either make a mistake or be correct in your own judgment of yourselves. So there are situations in which you have so much authority and so much finality in how you impact the outcome of human rights observance. And this is just one of the issues. The issue of these parliamentary systems or coalition building, I just included this because when you look at your parliamentary system, how representative does it allow you to be? Are you working with your constituency throughout, or is your constituency voting and eventually you are appointed by the party? What does that do to the seams of representation? And in terms of coalition building, again, in instances where you've got autocratic governments, where you've got a narrowing elite that is remaining at the top and it's becoming smaller and smaller, is listening less and less. We've looked at, I think there's someone from Mauritius here. The issue of coalition government building is essential in actually making sure that there is inclusivity, that different religions, different ethnic, equations are brought into representation in parliament, and voices can be regained for representation. And the issue of guaranteeing the sovereignty of parliament by protecting freedom of expression of its members, we like to ensure that when you speak, you are free to express yourselves and that you are not worried about the consequences of expressing yourselves, of expressing what your constituents has asked you to articulate. And we should definitely not have adverse repercussions to freedom, to exercising freedom of expression in parliament. The issue of key domestic stakeholder identification, I come from a legal background, so I would encourage you, when you want to think of partners in dealing and in improving the lawmaking process, your local law development commissions, your bar associations have got mandates to work with parliament through the standing committees. The issue of global accountability frameworks and investing in knowledge generation and dissemination, and continuous capacity building of parliamentarians. I don't think we can overemphasize this, but it's not something that all of you do not have a clear understanding of, so I will not belabor it. The use of alternative dispute resolution systems is something that you should think about. One of the things that has affected me as a development practitioner is because I'm a lawyer and I think that the law solves all problems. Going to court, reading this statute, so we found this loophole, you are wrong, you are right, end of day. But let me tell you about human rights. Human rights are first rights before the law comes into play. The law tries to respond to human rights. So it shows you that human rights are multidisciplinary in nature. There is a historical context. There is an anthropological context. There's a religious context. There's a biological context before we even look at what can be called law. And I encourage that other forms of dealing and promoting human rights be put on as a lens, because that becomes more holistic and more meaningful. Think again, honorables, about promoting legal aid, paralegal capacitation. In our region, we are fighting very much for the recognition of paralegals and enabling them to help and work with certain specific vulnerable sectors. And also coming from a legal background, the issue of pro bono, where we're encouraging lawyers to actually give of their time. And I want to encourage you here, we've been supported very well by the GIZ at regional level to come up with a regional pro bono network. It's not only one where we will give free legal representation to people in communities, reach out to us if that is needed, yes. But if you have got key legal questions about complex issues that you want to provide leadership on, we've got lawyers here in SADC and abroad who will look at that issue at a pro bono level. They will invest the highest quality of research and give you those opinions, those research and findings free of charge. And this is part of what you should think about as members in your constituencies when key issues come up that you want to align the experience on the ground with the law, and we'll be able to look at that. So generally, the establishment of focal parliamentary bodies will be critical in your work. I think it is encouraged that instead of just having a committee, have a real institutional arrangement which analyzes the processes and outcomes of parliament in terms of human rights responsiveness. Having a vision and a mission that promotes human rights, and promoting the strength, independence, and impartiality of other institutions of state, that is including parastatals, the judiciary. SADC-PF has been very active in coming up with model laws, and one of them was a Public Finance Management Act for the SADC region. It would help, a lot of corporate bodies that are working as parastatals to comply with anti-corruption, to comply with those issues of human rights. Because before we even get to human rights, we are talking about economic prosperity and sparing this through stemming those leakages of domestic and regional resources. I spoke about AU reg alignment. Professor Kabele Machosa is here. He can tell you more about the argument between Julius Nyerere and Kwame Nkrumah in how AU and the RECs are structured. I think it's Nyerere who are saying, look, we need to do this step by step. Let's first have our RECs, our regional economic communities, then soon thereafter we can then join them with the AU. And Kwame Nkrumah was saying, no, let's eat this beast whole. If we are going to get this done, let's have the AU being a holistic figure with all the RECs and all the countries being, one organization. But I think you can tell which argument won, and we still have that challenge of aligning AU at REC level. The allocation of resources, we can't do anything without the budgetary, allocations, the principles of discretion, transparency, objectivity, impartiality, and even-handedness. I think this is now at a personal level, that pledge to yourself to say, you get so much information, honorables. How do you verify it? How do you know that it is objective? And even when it is true, it's sensitive. It has to move through certain channels that are diplomatic before it can be even challenged or responded to. Are you aware of those things, and can you move towards that? And I think that is part of the capacity building that comes through the manuals that the SADC PF is working on. A code of conduct is something that then becomes important for you to know how to go about these official processes. But I'm sure that protocol is one of the things that you are inaugurated in, and it takes over in such instances. The promotion of constitutionalism and democratic governance is one of the key issues. I think that is a human rights issue that is not couched as a human rights issue. So we have the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance here in Africa. Is it gender specific? Is it gender responsive? It was revised. But at the end of the day, parliamentarians, you are encouraged to recognize it as a human rights instrument, because it actually speaks to how we constitute and organize our societies, how we define and redefine democracy for ourselves, and therefore end up achieving, the ends and outcomes of development. I would only just end by the highlight of the importance between business and human rights. I think one of the key issues as you work in your constituencies even is to identify the key perpetrators of human rights violations and their enablers. Now, the global debate on globalization, the hand that gives and the hand that takes. Now, globalization is your transnational companies and the laws that they want to use to suppress and to violate human rights when they have to operate on the ground, take over a mine, take over, land, blast stones, take away raw materials, and the effect that has, on the economy and on the people. So these are some of the challenges that you look at. And I think the intersection of business and human rights can show you some enablers of violations of human rights, and can also enable you to then demobilize and then to also recast those relationships in a way that is favorable to communities. One aspect becomes also the issue of private member bills. You can use these in your personal capacity. I don't know how far you can not listen to your chief whip or your caucus, but if you can do that, you can come up with a private member bill. And these have proved to be more sensitive and more responsive because they come from a context. And then being visible and accessible, I think Professor Masunungure talked about the opportunity that you can gain or miss if you attend or you don't attend a funeral or a wedding in your constituency. By and large, issues that come and go. But to me, it's about setting and seeding that premise for thinking and discussing further. We are here and continue to be there, and would like to wish us all further and progressive deliberations. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson.
I can tell you, for one, I'm looking forward to that research paper. So thank you very much. Mr. Crash, I'm sure we'll share that on the WhatsApp group, please, because that's going to be a very interesting one. And we will also thankfully have time to ask questions afterwards to both our great speakers. But there's one more, and it's also an interesting topic, of course. with civil society's perspectives on the role of Parliament in the implementation of reforms. This comes off the back of an election. I know that, again, with perception, and I see Lesotho on the perception list. It wasn't fair to judge Lesotho just yet because there's just been a new result. So I'm sure we'll see some change there. But I'm proud to announce our speaker, Mr. Charlie. Have I said your name correctly, sir? Mr. Shell. Shell. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Director, I don't know if I'm well connected there.
While they're working on that, I can tell you that one of our biggest passions in SADC is election monitoring, and this committee needs to push the new treasurer and our director of finance for in the budgets that election monitoring is one of those important functions of ours. And as the quote said, it's not about just the election. It's not watching what happens in the election. Election monitoring should start the day after the last elections. So it's important that this committee over here, which is tasked with a lot, looks out for that election monitoring.
Thank you very much, Chair. And my presentation looks at the role of Parliament in the implementation of reforms in Lesotho. And this is the outline. First, the context, but also in order to accommodate those who may not have had opportunity to know what these reforms mean in Lesotho. We'll briefly look at the process, the content, before we come to the role of Parliament, and also say exactly where are we now and what are the possibilities that are available for us to move from where we are. But also a very ambitious recommendation that says perhaps SADC should not just find ways of quickly moving out of Lesotho. Instead, it should actually take Lesotho as its model state for reforms. Because when we look at what is happening in other countries within SADC, we could also see that there is a lot to learn from Lesotho, despite the challenges that we have had. And true that people look at a reforms process in Lesotho as a SADC process. We don't want to contend that, except that there is a history that needs to be understood. And we want to say long before SADC could come, as it has at this time around, Basotho. And when we say Basotho, we mean Basotho holistically minus government, have always wanted to engage. And that Matosa will bear testimony that as long back as 1991, civil society and the church, when Lesotho was moving from the military to the constitutional dispensation, were saying, in order for us to successfully close the chapter of 1970 and the post, as well as the military regime period, we should sit around the table and agree on the new chapter. What is it that we want to do? How do we depoliticize our military. The army that has been so much involved and engaged when the BNP and the BCP were fighting. How then do we start a new page? So one can see that the issue of reforms has not really started when SADC came this time around. But also when you look at the uprisings in 1994 where the king removed the government, the challenges of 1997 where suddenly people saw a change of government in parliament without necessarily going for elections, the 1998 challenges where we saw SADC intervening militarily, 2014, and all those challenges, you will see that civil society and the church are actually exonerated. They are proven correct that without dealing with those challenges, it will not be easy for Lesotho to move into a democratic dispensation that it was looking for. And when we look at the SADC intervention maybe by way of a quick reflection, in 2002, 2007, 2012, 2015, 2017, and now 2022, we could see that elections has been a prime attention for all those who had interest in Lesotho. But the SADC intervention in 2014 did not start where things were at the time. It negated the Commonwealth already existing intervention that was aimed at helping Lesotho to be able to deal with challenges presented by the coalition government. We see that Lesotho has had 3 elections in 5 years. We had elections in 2012. We had another election in 2015. We had another election in 2017. Again, Lesotho is the country that had 2 army commanders assassinated by members of the army. One, 2015, another in 2017. So clearly, you could tell that something is wrong with Lesotho. So that is the context within which we should understand these reforms. It's not just something that came out of nowhere. So reforms became serious in Lesotho because of this particular context. We have also seen the prominence of civil society in the multi-stakeholder national dialogue process. But again, we have seen contestations that led to Lesotho going to elections in 2022 with the reforms process not completed. Now, when we want to understand the role of parliament, can we also look at the process itself? Exactly how has it unfolded? First, there was a big enraged government, politicians going to New Zealand to observe how New Zealand, as a country that is also using mixed member proportional, has been able to get stability, yet having been so long within a coalition government. But before that could be taken serious, in fact, because government did not take that very serious, problems in the 2012 coalition were beginning to mount. And we saw anomalies like the refusal of the army commander to leave when he was released. But also, we saw prorocation of parliament where the prime minister was actually running away from a looming motion of no confidence. Then SADC, sitting at Victoria Falls in 2014, decided to have Deputy President of South Africa, now President Ramaphosa, to help facilitate the process in Lesotho. And the first mission was to bring forward elections. Although civil society and other people who were close to the situation in Lesotho were saying election itself will not be helpful. Rather, deal with the actual challenges that are faced with the coalition government. Because if you go for elections, the likelihood is we are going to come back again with another coalition. And the very same problems that we are not addressing may come up even more stronger. Indeed, that is what happened, because there was another coalition government in 2015, and we saw the situation worsen. Security challenges, political instability. That is when Lieutenant General Mahaparangwemaha was assassinated, and then opposition fled into South Africa, and SADC declared Lesotho as that political and security instability. We also know that Justice Pumapi from Botswana was sent by SADC to understand exactly what are the circumstances surrounding assassination of Commander Mahao by soldiers. And among his findings was that the Lesotho, some members of Lesotho Defense Force have now come into law unto themselves. They are now above the law. That is one of the findings that Justice Pumapi made on behalf of SADC. SADC had the Oversight Committee, also a Somilis report that actually said, critically looking at what is happening in Lesotho, there is a need for reforms. The security reform, parliamentary reform, judiciary, constitutional, public service, but later two other areas were added, economy and the media. So that is how SADC now concentrated on reforms. And I think probably Dr. Malabang, that is why this process has been popularly known as the SADC process. Besides, SADC invested a lot in terms of resources and other ways, helping Lesotho to get out of the process. So we have seen a process that started with dialogue. What is it that people think should be corrected in the security, in parliament, about the constitution, judiciary, public service, economy, and the media? So we had that process that even had what we call in-district consultations, where civil society organizations were assigned to go right into the villages to allow people to talk about what kind of Lesotho do they want. That is where the theme, the Lesotho we want, comes from. It's because people were given opportunity to say exactly what is it that they want to change in these 7 categories. And then we saw the formation of the National Dialogue Planning Committee that facilitated all these consultations, and then later the National Reforms Authority. The National Reforms Authority was aimed at helping to translate the citizens' voices into legal recommendations. But we saw that it was dissolved before completing its work. But we also saw that when the work that has been done by the National Reforms Authority was sent to Parliament. We saw Parliament mutilating the reforms. Those citizens' voices were being changed, diluted by Parliament. We saw civil society intervention, but we also observed that right before Parliament could complete that work, time for its existence came, and it had to be dissolved. But we also saw some attempts made, civil society being part of that, to resuscitate the process. And the Parliament was recalled, facilitated consensus, and then when the bill has been passed, limited as it was, there was an application that the recall of Parliament was outside the provisions of the Constitution, and the court granted. As a result, that reforms bill collapsed. Having had this process, maybe it will be of interest to say, what exactly, what is it that has been discussed? Now the content, like I said, security sector reform, the main purpose was to depoliticize and professionalize the security agency. The parliamentary reforms was to reduce parliament-induced governance instability, because parliament is a culprit. You see, when we say we have had 3 elections in 5 years, all of them, source was parliament, unregulated, unprincipled flocrucy. You fail to make me a minister today, tomorrow I'm going to cross the floor. And I will encourage others to do the same. This is why we even saw a prime minister proroguing parliament in order to avoid the reality on the ground that he has lost majority. So part of what needed to be done with parliament under reforms was to make sure that the parliament-induced governance instability is dealt with, but to improve its function of oversight, of accountability, but also separation of powers, because it is right at that limited separation of powers where the problem lies. Because in Lesotho, it is parliament that is being elected. And then it is when you control the majority in the National Assembly that you become the prime minister. So your premiership depends on the majority support that you get from members of the National Assembly. So if members of National Assembly are as free as they would like to, when they cross, it means instability of governance itself. The judiciary, the purpose was to increase its independence and insulate it from political influence. The public service, again, depoliticization and professionalization. And the economy, grow the economy, sustain it, and then redistribute. The media, depoliticize and professionalize, and then consolidate the constitution so that it provides the necessary guidelines on the formation of government, removal and sustenance of government, but also come up with a national peace architecture, that will provide political conflict resolution infrastructures. Because when you look at SADC and Lesotho, SADC has stayed so much in Lesotho, more than in any other country. And part of reducing that unhealthy dependence on external support would be the creation of a national peace architecture that will allow us to be able to deal with our problems as they come. But now, let's turn to the role of parliament in the reform implementation. You know, there's a phrase that here, this can either make or break you. Now, can we look at what is it that Parliament was able to make? But also, what is it that Parliament broke? First, Parliament was able to legislate those agreements to create the structures that we've talked about, the National Dialogue Planning Committee, which was for the facilitation and citizens' voices collection, and also the National Reforms Authority, which was aimed at turning citizens' voices into legal recommendations. It also passed budgetary requirements, particularly government contribution to the otherwise support that was given by development partners. But we have seen Parliament failing to closely monitor the work of the National Reforms Authority and ensure that the National Reforms Authority is taking everyone on board and adequately consulting. Because one of the concerns raised, particularly from the government quarters, was that the NRA has been very strict, very close. It was not open enough to consult. So Parliament failed to provide that oversight. At best, the Parliament became spectator. When the National Reforms Authority had challenges with ministers of law, for the duration of the NRA, there's been two ministers holding the law portfolio. NRA has got a story to tell with each of those. And right at that time, Parliament has been absent in terms of ensuring that this mechanism operates and functions to meet the purpose for which it has been established. And the Parliament, again, pretended to be innocent and powerless players when the NRA pleaded with it that now that time for NRA has come, there should be an arrangement that it should not be dissolved because it has not yet completed its work. But Parliament remained disaffected, and the government made its decision to dissolve the NRA. Many people perceive Parliament as having betrayed the public trust, especially the National Assembly. Because for those who do not know, Lesotho is a bicameral parliament. The National Assembly, directly elected by the people, and the upper house, 22 principal chiefs who go there by virtue of them being principal chiefs, and 11 other members nominated by the king, acting on the advice of the Council of State. And then people felt like it was the Senate, rather, which seemed to be close to the people. Why? Because when the NRA took its work to the National Assembly for approval, for Parliament approval, first the bill was kept there for more than 3 months. And when it was subjected to the Law Portfolio Committee, it could not be worked upon, and at times it was said that the bill has been suspended because there has been change on the leadership of the committee, and the concentration has been to hold reforms at ransom, to allow the leader of one of the opposition parties free entry back home, because there have been some challenges. He has been in exile, and his coming back has been linked to him being under search by police, because the courts have actually released a call to say wherever Honorable Missing is seen, he should be arrested because he failed to appear
before the court. So that was seen by many people as a betrayal on the national project. But again, when that bill was now worked upon by the parliament, some key issues were removed, particularly those that members of parliament felt like are just too much on them. Yet those were the issues that people on the ground wanted to see in the constitution. The new reflection of parliament today that we see after elections of early October is attributed to, by many people, the public reaction on how the 10th parliament dealt with the reforms. Many members and very prominent members of parliament were left, did not make it to parliament. And many people believe that is one of the reasons for that was because they mismanaged the issue of reforms. Civil society, after the National Assembly has changed many things from the NRA proposal, came in when the Senate was saying it is rejecting the whole bill. So instead of rejection of the whole bill by the Senate, civil society broke out a process between Senate and the cabinet, and it was agreed that maybe senators should be able to come up with amendments to the bill instead of rejecting. So Senate brought back the very same issues that the National Assembly rejected from the National Reforms Authority. But as the National Assembly was dealing with those Senate proposals, time came for the life of the parliament, of the 10th parliament, and it was dissolved. At the time, some had already been rejected, others accepted, but the parliament was dissolved. Civil society again found ways of resuscitating the process. And finally, the recall of parliament was made. But before that recall, civil society had made it very clear that the recall will only be beneficial if Senate and the National Assembly agree on issues, so that parliament is not recalled only for the National Assembly to behave as it has been doing. Luckily for the King and the Council of State, that was the route. So civil society again facilitated consensus building between Senate and the National Assembly. So the recall was there. But again, the National Assembly could not accept the very same issues upon which there was an agreement. So the bill was passed, of course, leaving behind those issues that a National Assembly was not ready to accept. But when everything has been done, then we heard that court application that questioned the legitimacy of the recall of parliament on the basis of state of emergency that had been declared earlier, as the constitution requires that you can only recall parliament if there is state of emergency existing. So the court granted that application, and then as things stand, the bill has collapsed. That is why Lesotho went for elections without reforms. So it might be a good idea to remind participants, Chair, that as we speak, NRA has a court case where they were challenging the decision of government to resolve them. We don't know how that will finally come out to be. But the question is, we have new government, no reforms. How do we move from here? And the biggest question is, are we going to reclaim or recall the NRA? Or are we going to come up with another process that resuscitates the bill where it has been, so that at least we have something passed by Parliament, and then have another mechanism to see how those issues that have controversies, issues that there is no consensus upon, issues that were rejected could be also brought up. Those are the issues that we are all pondering around. But the congruence between the call by the outgoing Prime Minister and the incoming Prime Minister about necessity to expedite reforms should be utilized, because if we do that, then we have hope that maybe we'll have a progress. But again, the enthusiasm of Basotho on the reforms should also be harnessed to provide a necessary motivation in the process. And the positive attitude of development partners to this process should not be wasted. For SADC to want to leave, that should be discouraged. SADC should not rush to leave. Instead, there should be a mechanism devised on how it will stay, but in a manner that would be different from its hands-on involvement of the past. Why should SADC stay? It is because SADC has stayed for the longest time in Lesotho. And when it goes out, it must have a story to tell. If it goes without a story to tell, SADC will never again shall it intervene in any jurisdiction. So, having a story to tell out of Lesotho would be a moral booster to SADC's role of intervention. If SADC goes out of Lesotho empty-handed, it will never intervene anyway. At the moment, Parliament, with new members, civil society, with its energy, wisdom, and full of ideas, should remain united to see what are the causes for that bad experience that we have had. Are there issues that are controversial? Are there outstanding issues that needs to be dealt with? And then use dialogue, not any other form. Use dialogue to see how those hurdles can be dealt with. But as a matter of priority, the current regime should concentrate on finding ways of ensuring that the bill that has collapsed is reclaimed, because there is a provision that the National Assembly can, in the new session, can recall the bill that was not processed fully in the previous Parliament. And then the Senate proposals should also be incorporated, and then the bill be passed. At least if that is in the hand, the remaining controversial issues could then be dealt with, knowing quite well that at least something would have been gained out of this process. And by way of conclusion, the uncertainties that are surrounding the reforms process do not only threaten Lesotho because without any change, the same context that we talked about that necessitated reforms can easily occur, can easily happen. So that is the uncertainty that we are in. But again, no success in Lesotho in terms of these reforms is a threat to other jurisdictions within SADC. I think we all know of what is happening in Eswatini. We all know of how eager citizens' organizations are in Zimbabwe to see some of the changes in Malawi and elsewhere. So I think it is really important to make sure that as the region, we help Lesotho to have something that will be used as a way of helping other countries as well. I want to thank you, Chairperson, for the attention. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Woke up. Thanks very much for that. Indeed, a stern warning to governments out there, and talking to the right people in the room, of course, that sometimes we're not always on the ground. Our ears are not always to the ground, and that there's a civil society out there that is watching us, and they're getting a voice. We're going to take going to do exactly like we did last time. We'll take three at a time. I'm going to look at this side of the room, go to that side of the room, and then go to the center. If there's no one on this side, anyone want to? There we go, sir, you're number one. Mr. Kurasha, number two, and you, sir, number three.
Can I go ahead? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My question is, it's not a question as such. It's a comment which is in relation to Lesotho. And I wish to deeply thank Mr. Chalet. I hope I'm pronouncing your name properly. In terms of the penetrating and authoritative and elaborative presentation that you have just given us regarding the process in Lesotho. You know, Lesotho is a small country, but it's quite complex at the same time. It is supposed to be a one-nation state, if you get what I'm saying. But at the same time, the troubles that are coming out of Lesotho are concerning. I still don't understand as to where is the problem in Lesotho. Is it really Parliament per se, or is all the three arms of the state that have got serious challenges? I had a conversation with a judge who worked in Lesotho briefly, and I asked him, why did you leave the Lesotho before you could help them resolve their challenges? He said, I'm going to say it in vernacular. For those who understand Lesotho and so on, others say it much better. But I'll try to make a direct translation. He said, you know, in Lesotho, it's like you are it's like you are sitting on a deep hole when you are in Lesotho. In simple terms, he was trying to say to me that the situation on the ground is quite complex. It's not as simple as people tend to perceive it. So today, I think you have tried to simplify it, and I have been following. Despite a heavy lunch, I listened through what you shared with us, and you really educated me a lot, because I've heard different stories and I've read around the story of Lesotho, but I think you have tried to explain. But I still don't understand where is the problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Courage.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity. I wish to place on record sincere appreciation to the colleagues for comprehensive and quite diverse presentation. I have questions, probably more of comments than questions, but if colleagues would then want to respond, please feel free. I'll start with the piano. The presentation on the protocol, in particular, the request we had made on the lessons from domestication of the model law on, from the protocol on anti-corruption. We were very deliberate in inviting SADC to this platform because we knew that there's an opportunity where we have two critical committees that deal with the organ in terms of their mandate, where IPIANA comes from. The first one is the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee, which is the committee mandated to monitor progress on the implementation of the model laws. And this is a committee of chairpersons of standing committees. And one of the challenges I would wish to place back on IPIANA and colleagues at the Secretariat in the context of our collaboration is the need for us to be more intentional and deliberate in terms of how we frame and couch the collaboration of Parliament, of the SADC Parliamentary Forum with the protocol processes at regional level. Obviously, because you understand more intimately these processes. When we expose due to the committees and their mandate, the intention is for us to be able to identify opportunities where we can be more effective in the collaboration because you are more intimate with the processes. I really liked your presentation where you mentioned the multiple dimensions of corruption or cross-cutting nature of corruption, particularly where it borders on issues of public financial management and procurement. And I was glad when Stanley, in your presentation, you then mentioned the SADC model law on public financial management. It is a model law that has already been adopted, and I do know that it stands as the most immediate instrument that parliamentarians are able to identify where you would want their collaboration in terms of fighting corruption. And I think we need the conversations to be elevated to a point where we can identify these synergies and be very deliberate in terms of how we identify the individual actors in terms of the entities that are established both at the Secretariat and SADC PF level, so that we are able to bring them to the fore to be able to collaborate. That again speaks also to the mandate of the Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance, and Human Rights, which has been the entry point for your collaboration, the collaboration we have had. So I think we really need to hear that we will be chuffed one day when, the same way we are able to say, when we collaborated with the SADC Electoral Advisory Council in reviewing the revised principles and guidelines, we were able to do A, B, C, D. If colleagues on the other side are able to identify the opportunities that are offered by these entities and integrate them in framing how we can accelerate domestication. So it's really by way of comment. The second comment from Stanley, thank you very much for a very eloquent presentation regarding what parliaments need to do to protect and promote human rights. I was all smiles, and I'm sure honorable members would have clearly identified the synergies and the linkages, and let's continue to collaborate in that regard. I like the idea of creating a resource where members can tap from in terms of pro bono service on matters that they may need further support on when they are dealing with issues within their mandate and jurisdiction. I think something that we must continue to explore and see how we can make that available on a more predictable basis for the members. Lastly, but not least, Ndadeshale, thank you very much for I've known Ndadeshale to speak with consistent commitment on the issue of the issues in Lesotho. And that's why at every point when we have had the opportunity, we have invited him to interact with the members. What I would characterize as the great omission that initially, in the morning I said, as Africans, we are modest. I would have been more chuffed if Ndadeshale mentioned that they were not alone in being disappointed with the bill being thrown out, because SADC Parliamentary Forum actually was in Lesotho through the standing committee and its chairperson to promote the domestication of the model law on elections. And during the meeting of all stakeholders where Parliament was represented, they actually identified not less than 21 provisions within the model law, which were going to be effected into what they called the omnibus bill. So that bill that was eventually thrown out, we also had a stake because they had, through a consultative process, agreed that there were issues that they could already adapt into the bill because they were relevant to the situation in Lesotho. And that says, even when he speaks to where to from here, including the possibility of the bill being resuscitated through a procedure that is provided for, we will keenly follow with interest as the SADC Parliamentary Forum because of the opportunities we found to be able to support processes that are linked to parliamentary reforms, processes that are linked to amendment of the electoral legislation to the extent of aligning with the model law on elections through adoption and adoption based on Lesotho's context. So, in other words, I would have been more chuffed if I heard it from Ndadeshale's mouth that indeed SADC PF was part of this process. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm Henny Sebe from Namibia. I'm only a guest here because the regular MP is not here. She's attending COP27 in Egypt. But nonetheless, I wanted to seek some clarity or advice, especially from Stanley. We have got, in terms of strengthening the political parties, more so, I'm from the Landless People's Movement. I'm not from the governing party at the national level. but our party governs at the regional and local level, local governments level. Now the issue here is that last year, I and my party leader were removed from parliament close to 6 months by the speaker because of what happened during the State of the Nation address. But mine is more in the context of the Parliamentary Legal Service, the Attorney General's office, and how do we, in terms of maybe the Commonwealth experience, how do we then assist the small or the minority parties with legal assistance? For example, we have to pay from our own pockets to go to the apex court, the Supreme Court. But whereas the Speaker of the Parliament was aided and of course relied on the advice of the Attorney General. In other words, the state paid for his legal cost. But we won in the end. The Speaker was in the wrong. We were readmitted in the Parliament. But the question is to say, because we are also part of the National Assembly as a political party, can we also tap into the resources of the Attorney General's office to defend whatever is happening, the same way the Speaker's office is being assisted? Because part of the reason is that the dominant parties tend to use that muscle to say, these guys now, they will never be able to go to the High Court or the Supreme Court to defend themselves. And most of the times, the actions of the parliament, the parliamentary leaders or the speakers of parliament are not tested in Supreme Court. For 32 years, we relied, or we thought Speaker is president of the National Assembly. And this was debunked in the Supreme Court. So I want to know what mechanism can we include in terms of our new rules in Parliament to defend the weak parties, because they are scared. They don't want to take on the dominant party because they don't have money. The little money they have to spend during campaigns. That is what I wanted to find out. The other one is in terms of the, maybe Ipina, about how do we close the revolving door? We have the corruption commissions. And in terms of the rules, theoretically, it is clear they have the power to subpoena and so on. But then now there is this aspect that they don't have the teeth, as you say. It's a toothless bulldog. I know in some instances in Africa, they are empowered. Police people sit there, and once you make a witness statement and they realize that you have wronged yourself, or there is a reasonable doubt that you are a corrupt person, they take you straight to the charge room. But now how do we ensure as SADC Parliament that we include such also to make sure that if I make now an error or there is overwhelming evidence, I can be taken straight to the jail cells. And that has been a thorn in the flesh. The other one is to the last gentleman. I was always talking about Lesotho in our parliament. The Lesotho and Eswatini, those are the two countries that I've been always talking about. But now the issue is, why don't we look, not all political party leaders that are in the National Assembly, either at the Pan-African Parliament or here at the SADC-PF. Now, when these parties go after elections, they get elected, the party leaders are not necessarily serving here. All the chief whips are in most instances saying, SADC-PF, it's a talk show, just send some backbenchers there. And now how do we make sure that we also train them, capacitate them? Because when the SADC-PF members go back, they report back, but the party leaders still are not in the know. So why don't we maybe also give training to party leaders and the chief whips simultaneously, so that all the information that is shared reach them at the same time, to avoid back and forth and so on. Not for all registered political parties with the electoral commissions, no. Just those ones that are in the National Assembly, so that we can help to ease this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all those questions and statements. We're going to start from my right, and then we'll just work our way to my left. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think your question, I'm a bit around the bush very much. What is happening here is that the ruling party is using a political strategy to exclude the minority party. And this has become more increasingly the discourse around coalition political party activities on the Southern African, in fact, in Africa as a whole. And I've drawn example of Mauritius. This is something that has to be taken care of from a policy perspective, with a clear consensus that minority parties actually represent someone, and due to inclusivity needs to be included. And what Mauritius has done is they've got what is called the best loser system, where those parties that actually have the least, there's a criteria to determine that they can have some representatives in parliament. And again, if it then takes a legal lens, it's now an issue of what is the issue around political party financing and the law, because where can you get money to be financed to go to court? That becomes an issue where you read the black and white and see whether you can fundraise to go to court or not. But from what I hear, obviously by that time the resources are not there. I've said that we've got a pro bono network. It's blind to political affiliation. It's blind to ideological affiliation. We do have a means test, and it would be interesting if any case like that can be subjected to the electoral justice toolkits that we have, and the assistance granted through a network of lawyers that is there in Namibia and will be ready to assist. But in as far as they are using a political strategy, this is acknowledged, and this is what has always happened, even with non-political players. Governments, corporates, anyone will always take you to court when they know exactly that they're wrong, but they'll get away with it because they can use the court system. It's expensive, and they'll be able to drag this for as long as possible until you give up. But congratulations that you managed to push it to the conclusion where you obtained a victory. So again, let's engage for closer look at these open platforms for mutual assistance.
I agree, comrade, that we should invest in training and empowering members of parliament. And I think we should also emphasize that platforms like SADC Parliamentary Forum are not necessarily useless platforms, because they give such a great exposure that those who do not participate will not be able to get. I mean, I think for members of parliament to sit like this from the region, this is a very great opportunity. It is exposure, first and foremost, in the issues that have been raised here in the sessions. But again, it provides a platform where people can begin to have their own side meetings and get to the bottom of the issues and matters. And then they begin to establish linkages to continue talking even when they get home. So I think that is a very good idea, and people should also be helped to understand that even workshops and meetings that are not necessarily training are on themselves training because they provide such a good exposure. Professor Sbuduburu, I think we can say what we see happening. Maybe we emphasize parliament because it is for the time being prominent. But you know that sometimes it has been the military. But then you are saying, hey, but exactly what is happening here? I know how Ndade Matosa will respond to this question. But maybe we should also understand that whatever we see politically in Lesotho is not being played out on a clean slate.
it occurs within a particular history, but again, those are the political dynamics within a clearly defined economy. Our economy is very thin. And when we deal with these issues without bringing that in, we may not be dealing with the issue to its roots. I can see the chair that Dematosa wants to say something simply on that one. Yes, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Let me introduce myself. Khabele Matlosa is my name, from Lesotho. My apologies for joining a little late, and I'm really grateful for the invitation. I came a little late because we had another meeting on the African Union in Pretoria, which finished around lunchtime. I want to build on what the presenter, and by the way, I really enjoyed all the presentations. Thank you, Chair, for the excellent panel. On the Lesotho question, I think we can respond in two ways, David. We can define the problem in two ways. One is what Shali just said. The fundamental problem in Lesotho rests with the state of the economy or the nature of the economy. The nature of the economy. Because it's an economy that depends largely on the South African economy. So it doesn't have an anchor of its own at the national level. As a result, then all eyes by the political elites look at the state. So the state becomes the economy, therefore, because they have no other avenue of not only survival, but even, accumulation, enrichment. So all eyes, therefore, are at the state. So contestation for the state it's something that is quite huge in the sort of big. It's big. So that's part of the problem. The second, which is linked to the first, is that even then when our political leaders or elites get to occupy the state, the interest primarily is not national service, if I'm using the right phrase. The interest is self-service, if you get me. So therefore, that then tells us, besides the economy, we have a crisis of leadership. Besides the economy, then we have a challenge of leadership that doesn't seem committed to national purpose, but rather self-fulfillment, self-enrichment. There's one example, I'm finishing, that can help you understand this. Is, in Lesotho, the population is 2.2 million. But Shale will tell you that now, as we speak, we have 165 political parties. 165 political parties. Yes. Registered with the law office. Now, the ones that are known out there by the media is 65. These are only those that have registered with the IEC to say they want to contest elections. So that number of parties alone tells you the mindset. It tells you the mindset. So I wanted just to end it there, Chair. Thank you.
I think the issue from Korasha, the simple answer that I can say is that we need conversation. I know we have had, the two of us, a conversation, because I think that is also the issue that I kept reflecting when I was preparing this presentation, that I think Parliament is a missing piece. We may be grappling with issues that we're not supposed to be grappling with, or Parliament is supposed to come to the party to help us. Certainly, Parliament has a role at all levels in terms of the formulation of these legal instruments, to their perhaps adoption, maybe even the issues of accession. But also apart from that, the domestication. I think it's still a process that is dominated by the executive. So we're just showing up here and say, hey, you have a role to play. And then you're wondering, where were you all this time that we come at this stage? So I think it's a process of us engaging, not just the two of us, but looking at comprehensively looking at what program we have. I think especially the issue of, because we are supposed to ensure that the protocol is complied with. And when we talk about compliance, we're meaning there's need for oversight, definitely. And there is a role that the Secretariat can play, but there is also much of the processes have happen at the member state level where the parliaments are. But the question is what can Parliament do, and how can we get Parliament perhaps to contribute to that process? So I think it is a subject matter that we can explore further in terms of how best, but I think it also comes at a critical time, because I've already mentioned that one of the focus of the new strategic plan is for us to build, to strengthen partnerships. I've mentioned a few, but the focus is to ensure that we work with stakeholders so that we're not competing, we are complementing, but also we bring in those that are experienced in doing certain things, and we collaborate with them to ensure that those things are done, and eventually the region benefits. Yeah, so I think we'll talk about it. Now the issue of anti-corruption agencies being toothless bulldog. By the way, I work in an anti-corruption agency, so and I've worked for over 18 years. So that is a very familiar statement. So many people have spoken to me about it, the toothless bulldog. But I would also want to, the example that I cited, by the way, I'm from Malawi, that's why I easily cited the example in Malawi where I think just to, he mentioned the issue of private members' motion. It was a private members' motion that a member just came and said, I'm moving a motion to remove the powers of the anti-corruption institution to seek consent. There were a lot of arguments, of course, that no, the Constitution enshrines the power of prosecution in the Director of Public Prosecution, so you can't take away that provision. Eventually, it was passed, and the people thought maybe when it gets to the president, he's going to refer it back, but he signed, and the bill, I think, by now has been gazetted into law. And then, of course, there's been a transition in the argument where the Minister of Justice came in and said, it doesn't necessarily dilute the powers of the Director of Power. He still has powers that whatever, he can withdraw cases from the court. The bill does not say because he can't give consent, then but anyway, that is for lawyers like him to deliberate. But I was just giving it as a role that Parliament, and there have been so many instances where members of parliament have come in and said and moved a motion, and then that is one way. But I think in terms of domestication, I think, as I've said, it starts from how best we engage them, they become aware. But coming back to the issue of fighting corruption, I think one of the aspects is that my own opinion, but also it's been suggested by others, that I think it's high time that we stepped back and realize that, yes, anti-corruption commissions have got their place and the role that they can play. But corruption has become complex, such that we should not just feel that they are the only ones that will need to fight it. I think it is a multi-stakeholder fight. And I think, of course, still being at SADC, following things from a distance, what is happening in Malawi is that there's been an intensification of the implementation of the National Anti-Corruption Strategy. And one of the pillars of that strategy is the legislature, is a pillar. There is a role that the legislature has to play, but also there's been an engagement with the legislature. And that has brought more awareness of the parliamentarians in terms of they have a stake in helping to fight corruption. They don't need, of course, they do their own inquiries. They've done quite a number of inquiries of things that have happened in government, but they've realized there is more that they can use their role. But apart from that, there are so many other stakeholders. So I think what is still missing is the engagement of stakeholders, bringing them to fight. I think there is also still a challenge there, because most people would rather sit in the stands and like supporters do, cheer when things are going well and criticize when things are not going well. But I think that is still a process that it takes time. But I think we have to change our perception in terms of not just thinking that it is about the anti-corruption commissions, but of course, there is need to empower the anti-corruption institutions. And that's why the political will is still, of course, there is debate what is political will, but the political will, I think, is still important. But I think I would also go back to the issue that, that this is my personal opinion, the issue that Malunga mentioned this morning, that there is a change that is happening. And you'd find that corruption is an issue that has become an election issue. It's an election issue. And as long as people feel that, because they feel, because of even the economic challenges, they feel left out, not benefiting from the cake, but they see the elite benefiting. That is what is keeping the corruption at the center of it. But dealing with it, I think it is going to require a multi-stakeholder effort. And that those stakeholders also should include courts, because the other challenge is that you can have good laws. Yes, you can have laws that have removed the barrier, because the next issue that is being debated is to allow the commission to arrest without a warrant. Police have got that power to arrest without a warrant. But if you arrest, you go to court. That is the next. The courts are independent. And as long as the courts are not brought in board in terms of also realizing that this is a serious national problem, not that we should just convict willy-nilly, but we need to give it attention, then it is also, that is also important. That's why I think it's a multi-stakeholder effort. And I think the solution, of course, initially lies in ensuring that we harness the different sectors of society and ensure that they are playing their role. It's a process, it takes effort, but I think that is the ultimate solution in everyone playing their part and ensuring that the efforts are contributing to changing. But we can't rule out, corruption is complex. We need to manage the economy is better. Members of parliament also have a role in terms of oversight over budget. They can also question about the what? We've seen in the UK where a prime minister was forced out because they came up with policies which they felt are harming the what? The economy. And we know that, I think we were talking about Lesotho, about the economy. I think it is a problem that is shared across the region, that the cakes are so small and the elites are dominating the cakes, and there is self-service that is predominant. And the economic policies that are pursued to save the purposes of a few. So I think Parliament also has a role in terms of, it's already a role that it has in terms of scrutinizing budgets, scrutinizing how how budgets are being implemented. In doing that, you're also indirectly fighting corruption, because what is corruption? It's when, there was a one time, sorry, I'm taking time, but there was a scandal sometime back in Nigeria where they presented a budget and they discovered that they were calling it a padded budget. People had allocated money to procurements of all sorts because that is where they get what? And they discovered that this budget is not a budget that is meant to what? To save the people, to benefit the what? The common citizens. It's simply benefiting a few officials. So even in exercising oversight over issues of the budget, because this is about the fight for resources, Parliament also can exercise that role. We can go on and on and on and on, but I think the most important thing is it's a mad stakeholder effort. Prevention and public education also, which is normally seen as, what about prevention and public education, are critical, because we can't just win this fight through prosecution, investigation. You investigate, cases go to court, they get clogged in court because courts are saying we have few magistrates and judges. But also if the corruption itself is corrupting the system, it becomes a challenge. So other sectors like prevention as well as public education, there are all kinds of things that can be done there. There are more long-term benefits, maybe not, they cannot have an immediate impact, but they still certainly have medium to long-term impact. So it is also looking at these various fronts as ways of what. So it's a broad thing. So but briefly, not briefly, that's how I can put it.
Thanks very much. I think we're going to go for the last round. If there's any more questions, it's going to be the last round, and then we're going to close. If there are any questions or comments, you've had your turn. Okay, we'll have you, the young lady in the black, and then you, Mr. Kurasha, you can have your.
Thank you so much. It's very nice to be referred to as young. Thank you so much for the excellent presentations, and thank you also for this opportunity. I'm Nokolo, I'm from South Africa, so right here. And in my opinion, especially as a South African, I don't know how it works among other SADC member states, but I've noticed that our revenue collection agency is amongst the most very efficient, very highly efficient in terms of ensuring that you are taxed. I mean, they can tax you wherever you are across the globe. That's how sophisticated the system is. And it's very difficult to get away from SARS, we call it SARS. But now the issue again is that when you have such a highly efficient institution in terms of collecting revenues, and that institution itself, it seems like they don't have any responsibility in terms of ensuring that when they now disperse back the funds, primarily to Treasury and so on, they are able to hold those institutions to account.
And I'm thinking, is that perhaps not a different way of starting to think about the fact that we need better alternatives, not just this issue of there's a link between revenue collection and then we must have an anti-corruption sort of agency checking. But whereas that same institution has sort of a dual disclosure mechanism in terms of saying, this is how much I've taken from those that had to submit taxes, but at the same time, this is how much I've vetted those that are now custodians of those taxes and so on. So I'd really like to kind of get that understanding in terms of this link between revenue collection and anti-corruption, because we do see that a lot of the times, even when you have these corruption units and so on that are placed in according to the law and so on, there's always a third hand, you know, we'd call it a monkey's hand in terms of ensuring that those institutions are rendered very dysfunctional. But it seems like revenue collection institutions really do not suffer the same fate. It's like they're not in the same country when you look at how efficient they are. So I'm very interested in that kind of debate and what the thinking is amongst parliamentarians, because we can't keep doing the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kurash.
Chair, I'll be very quick. The first point I will address relates to the point raised by the honorable member from Namibia regarding training, which must be targeted at political parties that are in parliament. You speaking like a prophet. I will find out whether you are one. Because it's a conversation that is current and contemporary. We were just chatting with the Secretary General, laughing at how you almost were probably the fly in the room when we were discussing the need to train or capacity build political parties. So it's something that we will pursue, and you will definitely be able to see something happening. The last point, in welcoming Dr. Mahlosa, earlier when you spoke, and again you were like the fly in the room. You were almost like repeating the speech of the Secretary General during the official opening. She said, and I quote, it's a very brief, "The absence of democratic accountability often leads to the winner-takes-all mentality, which renders the state a prize to be won at all costs. Under such circumstances, competition for political power becomes exclusionary, violent, and destabilizing." So I was elated when you brought in the political economy dimension, because we're asking about Lesotho today, but be assured that we'll be asking that for all the countries, because the cake is getting smaller every day. And the population is getting younger and more agitated. And definitely we need to open our eyes to that challenge. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much. Is there someone that would like to answer?
Yeah, I want to respond to the issue about revenue collection, which is one of the principles which I highlighted also in my presentation. One of the principles in the article, is it 4 of the protocol? I think what I can say in my view is strengthening the systems are there there is separation of duties. SARS collect, the assumption is that there are other institutions that even established by the Constitution, the Auditor General is one such institution that is supposed to monitor in terms of what SARS has collected and based how it has been used. And I'm sure you can also say the Auditor General has been very efficient in terms of doing the audits and publishing and say this is what we have found. But I think in most countries, the challenge becomes now when they find that it has been misspent. because that is where the law enforcement agencies come in. Parliament is also another institution through the Public Accounts Committee, where they pick up the Auditor General reports and cause the public officials to explain. But where now the challenge comes is now after that, what happens? It's the law enforcement aspect now which becomes a problem. But also there are other civil society initiatives that I feel needs to be strengthened. And I think in other countries, I don't know within the region, they have even, I think especially even in Latin America or some countries where they have been legislated. So they are done by civil society, but the legislation comes from the angle that what comes out of them should not just be published and talked about, something should be done. The issues of expenditure tracking, for example, it's one of the common initiatives that civil society organizations do. And again, if I give an example of Malawi, where the anti-corruption institution has been trained by civil society, and they have adopted it as one of the things that the prevention and public education component does, because it's a very good way of now looking at, okay, this is the amount that you were allocated, how have you spent it? Oh, we have built a bridge, okay, how much did the bridge cost? And then they go down to the bridge. But there are also other initiatives, the cost initiative, construction sector transparency initiative, that tries to look at how much has been put to build the road. And then it engages a technical expert to interrogate the road, to see the quality, the finish, and everything, if it was according to specifications and whether there is justification for what. But because these are done on the civil society side, and civil society has got a challenge of resources, but also when they find these things, what happens next? They're published, they're talked about, but maybe little follow-up action. So I think it is an issue of maybe, in my opinion, strengthening that side. Because again, when you give that responsibility to the revenue authority, you also risk overburdening it, because the collection, yes, is good, but ensuring that it is used efficiently, it's a lot of effort. And it is also coordination between these various institutions and civil society, whether it is strong enough that ensures that what is found to have been misspent, there is action that is done. Again, it all ends up in the court, but how efficient are the courts? That is where the challenge is. So it is finding those gaps and strengthening. But it's a good point that you brought out, that we need to think differently and say, okay, these are the traditional ways it is done. Can we think of different ways in which maybe they are more efficient? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to take this opportunity to just say that we've really had a full day today. I know that some of us have landed only early this morning to get here, but I'd really like to take this opportunity to thank our esteemed speakers. I think they've really enlightened us. I think the whole day has been filled with a lot to think about. And I think this is the problem with these conferences, is that you get a day of these lectures, and then it's only after a few hours or so that you remember, the penny drops and you think, but actually I want to talk about this and I want to talk about that. And, like we're talking now about, we're talking about the survey. And I know that the survey has been a very sensitive one, which is very good. I'm glad that the Afrobarometer has actually got people talking. But what we have to understand is that the Afrobarometer is not just about what's taking place in your country. The Afrobarometer is actually about what's taking place in the countries next door to you. So it's one thing if you believe that your country is in good hands and being well governed, but what about the country next door you, and how are we going to enforce that? How do we be good neighbors? How do we be good? How do we help each other? You know, we talk about Africa, and the first presentation spoke about what we inherited. And I just want to talk to my young friend who's not so young, who's probably the same age as me, I suppose. Our president yesterday said in what was probably the most profound lecture about Africa is that when we talk about privilege in Africa and we talk about what the colonialists gave us or took from us, whenever we talk about true reconciliation or finding each other, I think people lose each other in the communication. They lose each other in the empathy. And it's the empathy where the problem comes in, is because there's always that debate about what was the privilege, what was the colonialist privilege that they took and that they left for the Africans left behind. And he mentioned something that was very powerful that has really stuck with me. And he said, and I'm going to quote him, so please, it's not a racial issue, it's how he said it. He said yesterday that white people in South Africa are able to give their children when they die. They're able to leave for their children generations of wealth. They can hand down, and they can hand down. He says, but how does the white man must point out how what the black man can hand over. And that is the essence of what a colonialist must understand when we talk about what Africa has and what Africa doesn't have. So when we talk about China and we talk about America and we talk about all these countries, what is it about Africa that keeps Africa always taking aid, but they're not equal enough to have trade? And I think part of the challenge here is about trying to find ourselves trading with each other, first of all, being able to trade with each other, being able to first find one another as neighbors, find one another as a region. We've seen ECOWAS, we've seen the East, we've seen the North. We're all formalizing, and I know that with SADC we're becoming a parliament, but I've been pushing the fact that we have to start trading with each other. We have to start loving each other as much as we love our own country. And that means not leaving truck drivers on the borders for 5 days to starve. It means not letting people within our own borders from other countries get beaten up because of what country they come from. We're all responsible for that. We all have to take accountability for that. So we will be judged as a country and as a region by how we treat our own people and by what we hand down to our future generations. So let's not be the colonialists. Let's be better than them. Let's be people that can hand something of value, hand something that can really reconcile everyone, that can redress everyone, that can embrace the diversity of everyone, and that can quell the hangriness, not the hungriness and not the angriness, the hangriness of the youth in SADC that are feeling it. Because yes, as a lot of the speakers have said, the youth are feeling it. There was the speaker of Malawi that said at the last SADC plenary, she said, Catherine O'Hara said, we have this problem with gender equality. So what we get is, we get women disempowerment, and then as men we worry that we worry because of the youth we're producing. But in accounting principles, garbage in is garbage out. So if you're not going to educate our mothers, if you're not going to look after our mothers, if you're not going to let our mothers earn money, or if you're not going to let our mothers go to work, or if you're not going to empower our mothers, how do you expect them to mother your children? How do you expect them to mother our youth? And as the speaker said, that is why we as Southern Africa, we have to be better. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's hope that today was a lot of thought, and let's hope tomorrow will be a lot of input. Thank you very much for today.
We meet tomorrow at 9. And maybe I could take this opportunity to announce, honorable members, as you leave, kindly see Lorenda, who must be outside, just outside the room. And we also request the presenters for tomorrow, let's briefly meet so that after the meeting, so that we have a conversation about tomorrow. Mrs. Mgandi had something. Oh, Lorenda is actually in the room. Lorenda, do you prefer to be in the room or outside the room? Please, may you stand, may you rise so that they see you. Lorenda? They all? Are you a politician, Lorenda? Thank you very much and enjoy the evening, honorable members and colleagues. Let's continue the conversations.